Hello, 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 everybody. I thank you guys for the ones that are getting ready to come on and join me. Um, don't plan on being up here before you guys long tonight. I just have something that I want to talk to you guys about real quick because I feel like it needs to be discussed because I think it's one of the things that we don't talk about a lot. But we do, just not in the sense that it needs to be talked about, if you know what I mean.
You know, Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. You only pay for what you need. Like how I customized this scarf. Check.
Hold on, y'all. Trying to get something to play on my phone. So I'm trying to get something to play on my phone, y'all. And then I got people messaging me in the process. I do not own the rights to anything you hear playing, so I do not own the rights to any of the music that you hear playing, okay?
I hear a sound, a mighty sound, rising of faith. Come on, say it with me. It's about to be a suddenly in this day. And declare it tonight. I hear a sound, a mighty sound, rising of faith. Come on, say it again, say that. It's about to be. Shake your faith over your life tonight. And I can hear a sound in this room. I hear a sound, a mighty sound, rising. So we declare tonight.
Hey Simone, how are you, hon? Thank you for joining. Please share as you come in. And after the song plays, we'll start chatting.
There's about to be a miracle in this place. Yeah, your promise to me, I'm gonna see. Yes, I believe.
Good. I'm glad that you are well. I hope you've had a good day and an awesome week so far. Clint is at work. I'm trying to see if I can get some people to come on with me tonight. Trying to see if they're off work already to join me tonight. So if they could join me, they'll be on. But Quinn is at work tonight. Keep her in prayer as she gets ready to get on the road tomorrow. I know, right? It's been different since it's been a lot different since he passed away. And it's been different for everybody since he passed away. But we're trying to keep the torch going because we know that that's what he would have wanted. So I make sure that I get up here and I do what I'm supposed to do. Got to keep it going regardless of what is going on, right? Got to continue to do what I was already doing, even though he may not be here physically in body with us anymore, right? So have to do that because I know that that's what he would have wanted from me to do, and I have to continue to do that. Because every time I do a show, I think about him so much. Yes. Every time I do a show, I think about him so much. I think about him a lot, often, really. And I go back and watch I find myself going back and watch some of the old shows that we had with him, especially the last show that he was on. That was such a a powerful night. And that's actually the theme of the prophetic conference. The topic of the show that night. Um, so I find myself going back and watching that particular show a lot because that was the final show that he was on. And he spoke so awesomely that night. And I just know that I will never forget him. I always have um a part of him with me, you know, and that's a good thing. I always have a part of him um with me um in spirit that I could always go back to see. Yeah, Fred pops on every once in a while. He wasn't like always on our particular shows unless we did like a Q&A night and he was a part of it. He came on at that time sometimes. But Fred shows is on Wednesdays and Fridays. So he has shows coming up. I think he has a show tomorrow. I know he has one Wednesday coming up next week, but I'm not sure if he has one tomorrow because I don't see one. But I know he has one next week, I believe, on Wednesday night. And he's been having some really good guests right here lately. Some new and upcoming artists, new authors, poets, things of that nature. So you should check him out. Um, and then Bobby's shows is on Tuesday nights at 7. Um, I believe Quint will be on with. I think she'll be on with me next week. I do plan on having a show Monday night. Even though I'm supposed to have a medical procedure on Monday, it's still my plan to have her the show that night. But it just depends. So I haven't made the show yet. I haven't made the tracker for the show just yet. Um, right. So good. Thank you for going in and watching him and supporting him. I thank you just for being a support. Period. You have stuck with us. Stuck around with us for almost 2 years. October will be 2 years for the show, and I'm very, very grateful just to have been able to be a part, right? So I'm so excited to be able to get to another year when October hits. I do not know. I am gonna rest because I need to rest up because the prophetic conference is coming up that Saturday of that week. So on the 30th. If you have not registered for the conference, it is Saturday night on the 30th at 6:30. It's via Zoom. It's free. So please register. I would love to see your face in the place and see you up there on the screen. We have 5 dynamic speakers, most of them of whom you know. I believe you might know everybody except for Viviana. But everybody else you know Dr. K, which is overseer, Kimberly McWilliams. We have Prophetess Chandra Frazier, Elder Makisha Johnson, uh, Pastor Viviana DeCohan, and my lovely Apostle Anita Page. So um, they will be with us. Those are the speakers for that night, and I cannot wait to see how the Lord is going to use them. I know it's going to be dynamic because last year's conference was wonderful. It was bananas, and I just expect this one to be even better than it was last year. It's via Zoom. The event page is created. I can send you the link. I'll send it to you in your inbox. So don't worry. I'll inbox it to you after the show. All right. So that you can get it and register. When I send it to you, she's a speaker. So yes, she's gonna be up there. Yes, she's one of the speakers for that night. Um so um yeah, I will inbox it to you when the show is over. All right. So make sure that when I send you the link, you have to click on the go to link button. It'll be blue. Click on that. It'll send you to the Zoom page to register, and then it'll send the link to your email, and that'll be the link that you use the night of the conference. All right. So make sure you do that for me, and then inbox me your address because I want to send something special out to you. Okay. All right. So inbox me your name and your address. All right. I appreciate you so much. All right. Um, but thank you for being with me tonight. And I know that there are some other people coming in, and thank everybody who is already up here watching. Please like, share, and comment. If I do not see your name and you are saying anything, please, you know, um, just let me know who you are and everything like that. Want to, I want to get up here, share what the Lord has given, and then go, and let you guys enjoy the rest of your night. I got people inboxing me. I don't, so I try to do everything at once. So tonight, our topic is what's in your heart, right? So I chose to come from a couple of different scriptures. I'm going to post the scriptures in the chat so that you guys can get them and read them in your own timing. But I want to come from the topic of whatever is in you will eventually come out, right? It'll eventually spew out. So that's the reason why, right? Coach Fee, hopefully she might be able to come up here tonight. But hey, Monica, how are you, babe? I hope all is well. I hope you had a good birthday and everything. Um, but tonight we're talking about what's in your heart. Your mouth speaks what your heart is full of, right? And like I said, eventually, what's in here will eventually come out of here, right? And so we have to learn how to deal with what's going on in us so that it doesn't come out of right here, right? Because once you say what you say, once you speak your words, you can't get them back because you done already said it. You can try to apologize, you can try to say you're sorry. You already said it, because if you didn't mean to say it, you would have never said it, right? And so a lot of times we make a lot of excuses for people when they say certain things or they do certain things, and we say no, they're good people, or they didn't mean to, or this, that, and the third. But if they didn't mean to say it, they would have never said it, right? So we just have to learn how to be truthful with ourselves and them as individuals. You know, in a way, when you do that, you're kind of condoning and also being a people pleaser at the same time, right? So that's just like, and Simone, I'm gonna use you for example, if you don't mind, baby. So I'm gonna use Simone for example. Every time she comes on, she always speaks to me. She's always very nice and polite to me. So for me, having not have met her in person, right? But from what I gained from her and what I get from her in spirit is what she gives me when she comes on the show is what I know I would get from her in person. That's who she is. She's she's that sweet person, right? And that's what she gives off, and that's what I feel like I would get from her. Now, granted, I can be as nice as I can be, but I tell you that there's a part of me that you don't want to rub, because I know that that side of me you don't want to touch, and that side of me I don't like, right? So I can be the nicest person that you could ever meet if you allow me to be. But I don't want that side of me. I don't want the fleshly side of me to have to come out if you bring it out, right? And see, even when a person tries to bring out certain sides of you, you don't have to respond to that and let that part of you show, right? I tell you guys about me because I'm very transparent. You know what I'm saying? I'm a very transparent individual. So I tell you, yeah, I know what I am capable of. I know what I will deal with. I know what I will tolerate. I know what I won't tolerate, right? And most of the time, I say what I mean and I mean what I say. Okay. So that's the reason why you have to understand who and whom you're dealing with, right? So again, right, self-control. That's it. That's the big factor right there, self-control. So again, like I said, what's in here will eventually come out of right here, right? Just because you're having a bad day doesn't mean everybody got to know that you're having a bad day. Just because you're mad and upset doesn't mean that everybody has to know that you're mad and upset, right? Because you're not supposed to let what you're dealing with show, right? Okay, so I'm going to give y'all a few scriptures, and I'm also going to put the scriptures in the chat, like I said. So the first scripture that we're going to come from is Proverbs 15:7. Okay, I'm going to put that in the chat for you guys. All right, so Proverbs 15:7. It says, the lips of the wise spread knowledge, but the hearts of fools are not upright. Okay. All right. It says the focus on this is how they think and how they speak. The wise spread knowledge. They have something good to say. They are willing to pass it along to anyone that is interested. Fools are not upright. That means fools are not mentally deficient, but morally deficient. And the issue isn't what they do, is how they think. For the mouth speaks what the heart is full of. So again, whatever's in here will eventually come out of here. Okay? So that is the focus of the night. Whatever's in your heart will eventually come out of your mouth. So if you don't give yourself a heart check and deal with what's in your heart, it's going to come out of your mouth. Whatever comes out of your mouth and the stuff that's in your heart can cause you to hurt people. So if you hurt and you dealing with hurt, you need to deal with your hurt issues so that what comes out of your mouth will not hurt somebody else. Right? Right. Proverbs 15:7. Simone, thank you. Okay. So that's the reason why the Bible tells us that we should ask God to renew in us a clean heart and a right spirit daily, right? So if you pray this scripture every day, then whatever's in your heart, if you are really allowing God to be God, He should be able to remove that from you. He should be cleaning that up every day. There shouldn't be nothing that you should be harboring. You shouldn't be feeling no kind of way against nobody, about nobody. But if you feel some kind of way concerning the person, the Bible also says that if you have an ought against your brethren, that you are supposed to take it to that person. If you walking around with an ought against your brethren and they don't know, then you are the problem. It's not your brethren or your sister. It's you. Because where your brother and your sister may not know that you have an issue with them, you're the one walking around with a heart problem. So now who got to check themselves? You, right? The other individual going on about their life, going on with their day. They don't even know that you feel some kind of way towards them. Or you feeling some kind of way, and they are supposed to be the butt end or the front end of why you're feeling the way you feeling. So herein is why you have to check yourself on a day-to-day basis, right? And I said it on the last show, I do believe, where I said that we as people make trying to live right hard, because it's not that hard. I'm not saying that it's easy, but it also ain't that hard, because all you got to do is walk it out. It's a daily walk. I'm not saying that you wake up in the morning and bam, there you go. Yeah, you're going to have some days where you wake up in the morning, you got that zeal, you got that punch, and you ready to go. And the Lord has given you that unction and gave you your instructions, and you ready to go do it. And bam, there it go. But then you got, okay, so like say if somebody says like you're the butt end of my conversation, right? So say if I had an issue with you, that means you're the topic of my conversation because you're my problem, right? So when you have an art against somebody, most of the time that means that they are the butt end or they're the topic of your conversation. And if that is the case, then that means you need to take the time out to go deal with your art against that person. Again, the Bible says that if you have an art with your brethren, you're supposed to take it to them. If you feel like you can't take it to them alone now, hey, it says Facebook user, so I don't know who it is. But hey, how are you? Thank you for joining. Please like, share, and comment. Um, but if you have an ought against your brethren, the Bible says that you're supposed to take it to them. If you are not taking it to them, then there, like I said, therein lies your problem. How is an issue supposed to get fixed if the other person doesn't know that you have an issue? Hey Fred. Hey Fred, can you hop in here if you are able and put the ticker on the bottom of the screen for me? Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Um, but yeah, how is the other person supposed to deal with an issue if they don't know that they are your issue, right? So again, here's our other scripture of the night, Luke 6:45. All right, and that'll be Luke 6:45. Okay. So Luke 6 says, Jesus tells us how we can judge a person's character. No good tree bears bad fruit, nor does a bad tree bear good fruit. Example, each tree is recognized by its own fruit. Thank you, Fred, because I got music playing in the background. If you can put the little ticket with the disclaimer saying that I don't own the rights, I would appreciate you. Okay. Now it says, Jesus tells us how we can judge a person's character. No good tree bear bad fruit, nor does a bad tree bear good fruit. Each tree is recognized by its own fruit. People do not pick figs from thorn bushes or grapes from briars. Luke 6:43 through 44. If you want to know what kind of tree or plant you have to look at its fruit. Okay? Right, Simone. Luke 6:45. So if you want to know what kind of tree you have to look at its fruit. Now that speaks so many volumes, or so much volume, as I should say, that it's not even funny. Okay, so for me, That to me talks about more than just what's in your heart. It also talks about um, what you're producing, your productivity, what's coming out of you on so many levels, not just what's in here, just what are you producing, period, right? It shows your character as a total being. So if you are just unproductive, period, or you produce nothing, you're stagnant, you have not produced anything in a long time, then it's not somebody else, it is you. Okay, nobody can help you produce anything but you. Nobody can tell you to get up in the morning, wipe your face, take a shower, put clothes on, and start your day. This is something you have to get up and tell yourself. Nobody should have to come to your house to tell you that, right? Nobody should have to come and tell you that. So at the end of the day, it goes back to saying, do you really know who you are? Do you know what you're capable of? Do you know what's really inside of you? And if you do, what are you doing with it? And what are you not doing with it for some people on some level? A lot of us have many gifts, but do you utilize all of your gifts? Do you put all of your gifts to work? Or do certain people only see certain sides of you and the rest of your gifts lay dormant? Or do you only give people, certain parts of you? I utilize every part of me that I can use. I do believe. I think that I do a little too much sometimes, right? As my husband would say, I do a little too much sometimes. And in the midst of that, you have to sit back and you have to ask yourself, what are you really doing? And if what you're doing as far as your gifts, this is what I'm talking about, are you utilizing your gifts in the right manner? Are your gifts edifying the kingdom? Are your gifts doing anything for your household? Because if your gifts ain't break, I'm gonna be honest, if your gifts are not profitable to you, then how are you using it? If your gifts are making profit for other people, but not bringing a profit to you, then there's a problem. Because now it means like somebody that you know is using you for what they know you can do, and it's like you being prostituted. I don't like that notion, right? I can't stand for a person to prostitute my gifts or just utilize certain parts of me because you know what I'm capable of in this area, but that's the only reason why you contact me. That's the only use you have for me. Because then I feel like you prostituting my gift, and then I got a whole problem with you, right? So things like that is what I'm referring to. So tonight, I need you to search yourself and ask yourself what's really in your heart, right? And ask yourself, how are you utilizing who and what you are? You said that's ridiculous, Simone? Explain. Talk to me. I'm listening. Talk to me. While you typing it out, I'm gonna keep talking, but you talk to me. I'm looking for your response. Okay. All right. So it says, what is on the inside? What the tree is really made of will determine what kind of fruit it produces. Jesus said the same thing is true of people. Okay. I got to read that again, y'all, because that right there, it stumped me when I read it when I was studying, right? Because that thing caught me, and I was just like, mm, you know, if the Lord compared us to trees and what we produce, some of us don't produce nothing. We're like a dead tree with no productivity. And what happened to the fig tree that wasn't producing good fruit? He cursed it at the root. I don't want that to be me. Right? So Simone, you said people who use you for what you have or for what, yeah, people do it all the time. They do it all the time. If you let them, people used to use me all the time. Not so much anymore because I done got hip to the game, but used to, yeah. You know, for what I was capable of, what they knew I could do, the stuff that they felt like I could do for them, that they could get out of me for free, where if they went to somebody else, they'd have to pay to get the same work done. Yeah, people do it all the time. And people will allow people to do that because they feel like, oh, I'm helping somebody. No, you might be helping, but the person that asked you know that they're blatantly using you, and it's wrong. Okay. People are not supposed to use you like that, and you're not supposed to allow people to use you like that. It's okay to know your worth and to know what you're worth. And if you tell them, hey, you got to pay me, and they don't want to pay you, then they won't get no work done. They could go elsewhere, because if they go to somebody else, they're not gonna get it done for free. They're gonna have to pay for it. Right? Okay, so you gotta know your. That's just like if you had a business and your business was open. You can't let your friends and family come in there and not charge them or give them discounts every time they walk through your door. You got an overhead. You got people to pay. You got payroll to meet, and you got a mortgage on your building that you got to pay. And it ain't gonna get paid if you keep giving family and friends discount. Because everybody that come through your door after they come in so many times, they're gonna think they family and friends too. You know what I mean? So that's not how life works. Okay. All right. So yes, people will do that to you, if you allow them to. But this is what I got to read that statement again. It says, "What is on the inside, what the tree really is really made of, will determine what kind of fruit it produces." Jesus says the same thing is true of people. Okay. If you want to know what is on the inside of a person, you simply watch his or her actions, listen to what comes out of his or her mouth on a regular basis, and you'll know. Right? Hold on, y'all. Think I got somebody trying to come on with it. Okay. Now I'm gonna read that again. It says, if you want to know what is on the inside of a person, you simply watch his or her actions, listen to what comes out of his or her mouth on a regular basis, and you will know. Right. That is right. You have to see who a person really is. So, for me, it says this isn't being judgmental, it's called being realistic. Right? It says if a person is rude, immoral on a regular basis, you can be assured that that is what he or she is like on the inside. Do you agree? Right? If the person that you deal with is always rude, never nice, never has nothing nice or positive to say, that's what you're dealing with all the time. Do you agree? Okay. Now it says if a person is consistently kind, encouraging, then you can be sure that that is what they are like on the inside. Okay, so you agree, right? So that's what I'm saying. If you know that what you deal with, if what you get from a person is consistent, it says not seeing a person who they really are is a foolhardy assumption. That right, that's it, that's it. Because people can put on facades now. People can do that. We call it facades. Okay, people can come off one way and be something totally different. Okay, it can happen. It's a good little food product. It's a good little chameleon type of deal. It can be done because eventually you can't pretend but just so long. Who you really are will eventually show. Right? Whatever it takes to make it show, it's gonna show. But it will eventually show. Okay. I don't know anybody that can pretend their whole life. And I read a book and they even had a movie about it. I don't know if y'all remember it. For some of the movie buffs or book readers, there was a book and a movie called The Great Pretender. Right? Right. You have to look past the veneer. And there was a movie and a book called The Great Pretender. Okay. You get an opportunity to read it, go read it. If you get an opportunity to watch the movie, watch the movie. It'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. The dude was a great pretender, could pretend to be anybody. He took on different personas, as they call them. He took on different personas of different people to be who he wanted to be and did that most of his whole entire life until he got to the point where he met one person that made him want to show who he really was and made him stop wanting to pretend. You go your whole life pretending to be somebody else until you meet one person that make you want to stop and show who you really are. How ironic is that? It took one individual to do that. But it's called The Great Pretender. Either find the book or watch the movie. I promise you, it'll enlighten your life. Right? So, and y'all know I told y'all when I read stuff and I watch stuff, I get different meanings. I don't get the meaning of what you see. I get different meanings, when I watch stuff because I watch it with my natural eye and then I go back and watch it again with my spiritual eyes on and I get a whole nother meaning than what you looking at on the screen. Right? So yes, Simone, please go watch it. Okay. If you can't find it on your Netflix and stuff like that, let me know. And you might be able to find it on YouTube though. Okay. It might have ads in it, but I'm sure it's up there. Or on Tubi or Crackle for free. All right. Um, it says the mouth speaks out of the abundance, the overflow of the heart. Right? It says, when we see evil consistently coming out of a person in word or deed, we should not deceive ourselves by saying, I think that they are really good people. They just have some bad habits, or just simply making excuses for them. How many people have gotten married thinking that an individual will change? You're welcome. How many people have gotten married thinking that an individual will change? Woo! Ain't that the question of the hour? How many parents deceive themselves regarding the well being of their children, both spiritually and naturally? Okay. These are really good questions because a lot of people, especially people that have been married more than once, your first marriage, you got married because you thought that you loved them enough that they would change. And your love and their love for you wasn't the same. So you didn't marry each other for the same reason, first and foremost, right? And some people do marry people because they think that they can change them. If you have to change somebody, in order to be with them, here's your sign. Wrong move. Okay? Here's your sign, sweetheart. Wrong move. That's not your job, first and foremost. Your job ain't to change nobody. Because they have to want to change themselves. All right? So that's not your job. Okay? As a parent, it says, train up a child in the way that they should go, and they shall not depart from it. That's what the Bible says, right? So if you're a parent, you're just supposed to train your child up in the way so that they know the way and that they'll continue to walk in the way as they get older. If they do not do that, that's not your fault unless you didn't do your job as a parent, right? Me, I have a lot of godchildren, right? And a bouncy 7-year-old. Okay. So me telling her to pray at night, telling her to pray over people, that's what she does, and she's very good at it. Okay. Because people look at her and be like, she pray like she a grown person, like an old person. And now I'm just excited for her, because the Lord uses her in such a mighty way at a young age. And I'm glad to see what he does through her. And I'm just waiting to see what he's going to do through her as she gets older, right? But your job as the parent is to train them up in the way, teach them the way, show them the way, so they'll continue to be in the way or walk in the way. It is not your job after that, what they do after that. That's not your job, right? Now all you can do is continue to pray as the parent that they continue to live right. They continue to do what the Lord called them to do. That's all you can do. But it's not your job to try to walk out your child's walk as a parent. That's not your job. You can't. Because you can only walk out your walk. You can only walk out your own soul salvation. That's it. You can't walk out the person next to you. I can't live for Simone. Simone can't live for me. I can't live for Fred. Fred can't live for me. I can't live for Quint. Quint can't live for me. You get it? So no, I can't. None of us can live for the other person. We came into this world alone. We gonna leave this world alone. Okay? My walk ain't your walk. Where he has me may not be where he has Simone. We are not all in the same place. We are not all on the same levels. We supposed to be striving for the same thing, but we're not all in the same place, if you understand what I'm trying to say. Right? So right now, where he has me and what he's dealing with me concerning is not what he's dealing with Simone with. It's not what he's dealing with Fred with. Everybody's in a pruning season. Everybody is having their own little pruning season going on right now. Everybody is dealing with something in their own little ways right now, right? But everybody's not handling their pruning season in the same way either. Okay. The way you handle your current situation speaks a lot of volumes about where you are in your walk, right? So that's the reason why I say all the time, every time I get up here, and I've said it 1,000 times, I do believe that you have to constantly check your status with the Lord. Continue to check your status with him because you need to know where you stand. That's right. You press towards the mark of the high for the prize. That's right, the high calling. And that's where we're all supposed to be striving to make it that way, right? But everybody ain't striving. Some people have lost the strive. Some people they just have lost the zeal. They have lost the, you know, the you said the one thing that I want to interject is that some, not all church folks are capable of true, very true. Everybody ain't capable. Well, hold on. Let's say everybody is capable of checking themselves. It's just some people won't. right? Everybody is capable of checking themselves. Just some people won't. And the reason why they won't is because they know once they check themselves, they ain't gonna like what they get. They not gonna like what they see. Okay. I remember the first time I actually asked the Lord to show me me. Honey, what I do that for? Okay. I remember the first time I did that. What I do that for? Baby, when he sat me down and showed me me, where I was and what I was doing and the stuff that I was doing that I thought was okay and that I thought was right. And it so was not. Woo! It was like a gut check from somewhere that I can't even. Whew, come on here. It was like a gut check from nobody's mother. I promise you it was. When I asked him to do that, I was like, oh, why you had to do me like that? But I asked for this though. You know what I'm saying? I did. I asked for it. But I will honestly say I don't regret doing it though. Because if he wouldn't have shown me, I would have never fixed it. Right? From the time
That's
that
true.
he showed me that part of myself, I fixed it. I never went back to that part of me. So I asked him to show me regularly. Because I always know that there's some part of me that I can fix. Yeah. Hi,
Hey
friend.
there. What's up, Simone? How are you?
Yes. And I mean that's my thing. Simone, check your status. You better check your status with the Lord. If you ain't, don't worry about your status with people, because your status with them don't really matter. But your status with the Lord is what you need to be worried about. Right?
Funny thing about that is though, is that when we are presented with ourselves
Mm-hmm.
and all our dirty laundry is aired out there. We don't like that.
Uh-huh.
We don't like that at all. And we will do everything in our power to try to keep that dirty laundry in the laundry basket to where we feel it belongs and it actually needs to be aired out and washed. So when we're presented with ourselves, we don't want to see that, because that's the ugly part of us that we want to hide from people, or that we want to keep hidden from people, or that we want to just kind of just keep to the wayside. And that's not even the point. You're supposed to look at yourself in every facet, in every area of where you are. When we
Right.
don't do that,
Right.
all kind of chaos and madness ensues.
Right. But see, that's the thing. I mean, let's think about it. And I'm gonna ask you because you up here, you my bro. You know what I mean? You up here with me, so you my bro. You know what I mean? What was it like when you recently looked at yourself?
I ain't like it. Was not the prettiest thing in the world to look at. Unfortunately, I had to, because the simple fact of the matter is most people will look at their true selves and run away screaming. But you shouldn't run away from it. You shouldn't run away from that. That's where you're going to gain the most insight and value with yourself. That is where you're going
Right.
to gain. That's where you're going to gain the most. That's where you're going to learn the most about yourself. You got some. I mean, a lot of us think that we're not. We're not. A lot of us look at ourselves, and we think we're not strong. We're not strong. But when we look at ourselves, really look at ourselves, we find out that we're stronger than we would have ever even imagined or anticipated or even thought about. There are some things in us that we have to just really just look at and really just put. Some things we need to put to bed. There's some baggage that we need to unpack, and then there's some baggage that we just need to toss.
Right.
I had to learn that from Jump Street, because there's some baggage I'm looking at this whole thing, this whole mess of who I am, and then there's baggage here and then there's baggage there, and I'm like, geez, I don't want to be lugging all this baggage around, because it's gonna weigh me down. So some of it, you figure out what you wish to keep and what you want to toss. Most of that stuff I had to toss.
Right.
because it had no bearing on what I was trying to do in the essence of who I am now. And that's hard. And sometimes, and I'm gonna say this, and a lot of people ain't gonna like it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Change is a hard thing. And a lot of
Really?
us as human
You
beings,
don't like change.
yeah, we don't want to do it because it's something we don't want to even engage in because we think that changing us means that we change that we're changing something about us, and that's really not the case. You're changing how what if you're just changing how you approach things?
That part.
What if you're just changing what if you're changing who you attach yourself with? Or who you allow to attach yourself, who you allow to attach to you. What if you're changing that? What if you're just changing how you think or how you think about things? What if you're changing um how you feel about things? These are those are though those are minor changes, they're major in the long run.
So, are you working to fix or are you working to change those parts of yourself that you don't like?
Have to. Have to. It's not it's not a it's not something that it's not something that I'm it's not an option for me not to because there are things about me that I don't like. There are things about me that I truly and totally despise. There are things about me that I just detest about myself. And this comes from the experiences
Right.
that we all go through, that we all experience. We look, guys, I mean, and I don't want to like hog the whole spotlight, Kogo, because I know you asked me a question, but I want to make
Oh,
sure
go
that
ahead.
I want to make sure that I say that I answer this as um implicitly as I possibly can. The thing of it is that look, we change is not good, and unfortunately, we have to do it. If you don't want if you are not resistant to change, if you are resistant to change, then you're fooling yourself. If you are resistant to improvement, you're fooling yourself. If you are resistant to open mindedness with yourself, then you're fooling yourself. These are hard lessons that I had to learn, and I'm still learning because, again, once you unpack all that baggage and unpack all this baggage and you peel away all those layers like you peel away an onion, you're gonna find that there's a person that there was a person that's there, you know. And I've said this before: there is a scared and there's a scared and hurt little boy or little girl that's there. And for me, the first thing that I thought was to protect this person. No, you don't have to protect that person because that person has already been through the experiences that you've been through, that you've experienced. There's no need to protect that person. They already have the experience. Now it's just time to align the lessons align the lessons in the experience. You have to you extract well, I'll take that. I won't even say align. Is you have to extrapolate the lessons from the experience. Because if we don't you the one thing that a lot of us don't like to do when we change is learn.
Right.
Learning is a part of our growth process. If you're not learning something new every day, then you're stagnant.
Right.
But when it comes to us, you know, when it comes to us internally and externally, and I'm talking more internally first. When we learn the lessons that we've gone through in our lives, when we learn, when we apply the lessons that we've learned in our lives through our experiences, through our relationships, through our ebbs and our flows and our hills and our valleys and our highs and our lows and our ups and our downs, our rainy days, our sunny days, our snowy days, our cold days, our warm days, our uncertain days. When we apply those lessons to our experience we apply those lessons from our experiences, we find ourselves being better people.
Right.
We find ourselves being better individuals, not only for us, but also for the people that we care about and the people that we serve. You know, the lessons are hard for me, but at the end of all of it, it's a I'm gonna be a better person for the people that I care about and the people that I serve. I'm gonna be a better man, a better father, a better man, a better boyfriend, better mate, a better a better manager of everybody, a better manager of the people that are aligned with me, a better
Right.
friend, a better business person. You know, all these things come into alignment with things, but you can't do that if you don't. First of all, if you don't change, and you have to, and it starts with you learning, you realizing that you have to change. Like I said, unfortunately, the red dot around that reticle is that a lot of people are very resistant to such. Funny thing about that is, and this is not to bash anybody or say anything negative about anyone. A lot of us as Christian folks, a lot of us as Christians are the most resistant to change.
Oh, yes, of course. And the problem with that is because a lot of so-called Christian folk feel like they right.
Can't be right.
And that's the reason why a lot of us, and some people don't like it when I say it, but sometimes you have to be untaught what you've been taught.
Exactly.
Because some things were not taught to you correctly. And we know that they would. You know what I'm saying? Once we, especially as we go forth in life and we start to see that, hold on, wait a minute, you taught me that, you go back and you be like, okay, well, you taught me that this was supposed to be this, and this. But as I go forth in life, I see that this, and this don't add up to what you said it was gonna be.
Gotta unlearn what you've learned.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so you gotta be untaught what you were taught.
Yep.
And I have to say that I am glad, to be honest, I'm so glad that um God was my teacher in a lot of stuff that I dealt with. He
Oh
was my
yeah.
teacher. You know what I'm saying? Not people. He was my teacher. And I'm so glad of that because he put me in positions where I was around people where he allowed me to see what to do and what not to do.
A man.
And I'm so glad of that because he allowed me to sit back and watch different types of leadership. I mean, I watched leadership that was up here crumble. I watched leadership
Man.
that that people thought nothing of go from here to up here. So I've seen it from all walks of the board. You know what I mean? And I have seen like all so many different aspects of stuff happen in front of my face concerning church that I always said, Lord, if you telling me that this is gonna be me one day, I don't want to be nothing like that right there. And that was,
Man,
what I'm saying?
look.
And that was always my thing. If you telling me that that's the position you trying to put me in one day, I don't want to be nothing like that right there. Okay.
Exactly. Exactly.
So and that's the thing that I'm so glad that he was my teacher and he allowed me to see a lot of what to do and what not to do. We bless him. Okay. So I'm glad about that. I've had some really great leaders, and I've had leaders that I've sat and I was like, okay, you messed up, and everybody got to grow.
Yep.
Everybody got to grow. I,
Yep.
I don't expect you just because you in a leadership position. I don't expect you to know everything, especially as my leader. If you ain't nothing but a couple years older than me, I really don't expect you to know everything.
Mm-mm.
You know what I'm saying? I had leaders that really was not that old, too much older than me. And I'm
Yep.
just sitting here looking at you like, okay, well, you learning like I'm learning. You know what I'm saying? And that was my thought pattern. Like, okay, if everybody else expecting you to have it together already. I don't.
And the funny thing about that is, and you bring, it's a good point that you brought up, and I want to kind of expound on that just a tad bit. You
Mhm.
know, what we, the one thing I think that we kind of miss or we don't realize is that, you know, there is there is fun in learning.
Mm-hmm.
There is, and you have to not. And the funny thing about it is, a lot of us take, I'd say we take ourselves way too serious sometimes,
Right.
and we don't. And the funny thing is, we don't we're so embattled in trying to get from one place to the other, or trying to learn one lesson to the other, that we really don't pick up the crux of the message that the lesson that we learned prior. And I think that's a lot of us are and again, I'm gonna put myself in that bucket too, because so sometimes I look at something, and I think a lot of us see pad don't even see pad we don't even see we don't we how can I put this? I'm trying to find the best way to put this, that sometimes we don't see past the lesson,
Okay.
because and we focus so much on, like, what we're being taught, that we really don't see the lesson that's there. And sometimes we don't even sometimes and I think, and for me, it doesn't take like a month or two to learn a lesson. Sometimes it takes like 5 minutes.
Yeah, for some, but and now and see, I'm glad you said that because you just brought up a pivotal point. For some people, anybody that tells you that the lesson took them 3 years, something wrong.
Something is very wrong.
There's something wrong with that for me, and I'm gonna be honest because I don't know what lesson took you 3 years to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Even though I mean your life lesson is gonna be a life lesson. It's gonna be lifelong. But you're talking about a lesson from the Lord. It shouldn't have been like a college course.
No. Oh
You know
no.
what I'm saying? It shouldn't have been like a college course. He's showing you, okay, this is the problem. This is where the problem came in. This is what went wrong. This is how it can be fixed. The lesson in all of it is this. And it's bam, like right there. When he tells you what went wrong, this is the solution, but this was the lesson. He gives you all of it wrapped up.
Yep.
You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? And some people don't get that. When he gives you the problem, he gives you the solution and the lesson.
Yep. Funny part about that is, a lot of us are always looking at the lesson in black and white, and it's not always in black and white. You have to look, and when I say black and white, I mean like letters on white paper, black letters on white paper. A lot of us look at it as it's supposed to be black and white. It's not always black and white. Hear me when I say this. Every lesson isn't in black and white. Sometimes it's in color, meaning it's the colors of the rainbow, meaning other colors beside the rainbow. And then sometimes that lesson could be also in a shade of gray. So if you're
Okay,
looking,
so I want you to expand. I want you to explain that, clarify that just a little bit more for
okay,
some of the people that might be watching and they don't understand what you mean when you broke it down in the color
gotcha,
form.
gotcha. Okay, when we
So,
talk about black and white means to me, black and white is a way of an absolute, meaning that's what that is. So this is in black and white, meaning this is the law of the land. This is absolute. So sometimes, and when I'm so sometimes lessons are not absolutes. Lessons are not supposed to be absolute. They're supposed to be something there. And some people think, and I had this thought process for a while. Some people think that lessons are absolutes. They are not. Lessons are supposed to be flexible, but also people look at the black and white as it being, okay, boom, this is it. This is what it's supposed to be. No, a lesson can be in color as well. A lesson can be in color as well, which means it doesn't have to always be like um a black and white thing that's written on paper. Sometimes you have to look at it from a different perspective. And what I mean in color and what I mean by gray, I mean in different perspectives. Everybody looks at a lesson in this narrow-minded perspective and like this is the lesson. Okay, you know what the lesson is. What what's the purpose of the lesson that you're learning, and why are you learning it? Is there something that you did in your past that you want to that past that you don't want to fix? Is it something about you that you something about you that someone sees in you and they don't like, and they're calling and they're pulling you to the rug on it?
Mm-hmm.
Is it something that you don't like about yourself and you pulling yourself to the rug on it? So when you black and whites, to me, that's and the one thing I try so hard not to deal in is in absolutes, because absolutes are like that finality type thing. And when you deal in absolutes, you literally are dealing with something that is that's straight narrow minded and everything like that. When you have blinders on, you can't see left or right. You can only see here. When you look at it from shades of gray and in color, the blinders are off. Now you can see this from different perspectives and say, okay, maybe this lesson I'm supposed to learn this. This is the perspective that I'm supposed to learn this lesson in here, or maybe I'm supposed to learn it from this perspective, or maybe I should be looking at it from this perspective. Black and white. Some lessons are in black and white because because the nature of the lesson that you're learning. All lessons are in black and white. Some lessons are in color or in shades of gray, and you have to determine what color that lesson is in. If it's something
Right.
that you're supposed to just boom adhere to like right on the spot, then of course it's going to be black and white.
Right.
But if it's something that requires an air of perspective, or an air of looking at it beyond what it is, then it's going to be a different color. And
Okay.
for me, perspective is is everything. I don't look at things from a narrow minded state anymore. I had to look at everything from the whole picture, the
Right.
bigger picture,
The big picture. Yep.
because the choices that I make and the lessons that I learn, they have impact.
That's it.
They impact not only do they impact me, they impact the people that are aligned with me. They
Yep.
impact the people that are related to me, such as and I'll give an example. So any choice that I make when it comes to this business and this podcast, it does not only affects me, it affects Coco, it affects Clint, it affects Bobby. So any decision that I make affects them, and and any decision I make in my life affects not only me, it affects my mother, it it affects my brother, it affects my granddaughter, it affects um my children.
Right.
So those decisions have long lasting consequences. I can't look at everything from a narrow minded state, because when
Right.
you and unfortunately, people, when you look at things, or when you learn lessons from a narrow minded set, it forces you to make decisions in a vacuum.
Do you have your hand up, Simone? If you have a question, just type it.
Oh yeah, most definitely type it. So
But yeah, I mean, any decisions you make affect your now and your future.
oh yes,
It's not just your now; it's the now and the
in the
future.
future.
And when you tell people that, some people don't believe it, but honey, it's real.
Oh, indeed it is.
It's
Man,
real.
woof.
Okay,
Let me
it's
tell
it's
you.
real now. All
Let
right,
me
I'm
tell
telling you,
you.
it's real. All right. So the stuff that we do does affect now and the future. It's not just now. If I go and I make a career move, but it's the wrong career move, it not only affects my now, but it's definitely going to affect my future because
Exactly.
it's going to affect my pocket.
Yep.
Okay. So that's what I'm telling y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta think about like the decisions that you make. They might sound good, but you gotta read the fine print on their contract,
Oh, well,
okay? Before you
yes.
sign it. Read the fine print before you get stuck in something that
Understand
could
what you're getting
cost
into.
you, right, that could cost you everything you got because you didn't bother to read what you were signing. You know what I'm
And
saying? It's a lot behind when you go to make moves in life. Some things are what they are, and then some things not so much. You gotta read the fine print. And
choices
even
and
with
consequences.
right, even with some people, you gotta read the fine print. Okay. I mean, some people wear labels and y'all don't see it. You know, y'all to catch that at another time. All right. You know what I'm saying? And they wear labels and you don't see it. But you even got to read the fine print on them sometimes. Like what? Oh, okay. So yeah, I missed that part. You know, you don't want to miss that part. You want to catch it while you can catch it. So you know what
Mm-hmm.
you're dealing with, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean at the end of the day, the biggest takeaway, right? Gotta read the fine print. The biggest takeaway is that again, you gotta check yourself to know yourself, right? Because again, we can all sit back and act like we don't know what we're capable of, but we know. We know, you know, it might be
Mm-hmm.
parts of you that you don't want to deal with no more. You know what I'm saying? But you still know that that side of you is real capable of coming back out. You just don't want
Mm-hmm.
that side to come out,
Yep.
right? We know for people who used to be in the street, you know, we call it the hood side, however y'all want to word it. We know that you very capable of going back in the street, but you ain't trying to go there, right?
Exactly.
You trying to live life a different way. I'm
Yep.
not trying to be street no more. I'm trying to live life straight and narrow. I'm trying to be legit, as people would say. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying?
But
I'm
it
trying to be legit now, and I'm trying to do it the straight and narrow way. But straight and narrow seem hard. It seemed easy if I just go back to the street.
that's true. And the funny thing about that is, I won't say funny, but the thing of it is it's so hard to suppress those or that type of urge, especially when especially when we're talking about talking about what's in your heart.
Yeah,
It's so it's so hard to suppress those things, especially when when you're walking a certain path, or and I think it's even more difficult for those people who have been groomed in a certain in a specific way.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, I you know I
I,
look at a
I
lot
find
of
that part to be really sad when you got to
yep,
groom somebody to make them, you know, do what you want them to do, and they
yeah,
don't realize until later on in life that that's what it was called.
yeah,
Yeah,
and it's so hard to suppress all that. You know, especially if I put like if you if and I'm gonna use this example is if you was a street if you were a street kid turned church boy, you know, sometimes it's hard to suppress that street kid nature,
yeah,
and also vice versa, and
yeah,
also vice versa. So those natures are hard to suppress, and unfortunately, we are put in situations to where those ugly natures of ours or those ugly
yeah.
natures of ours show their ugly heads.
They be coming, boy. I tell you, you
Yeah,
sit back, especially when you get in a funk, and like, okay, let's just take finances. We gonna throw that out there because that's
of
one of the
course.
biggest things, right? When you was in the street, it was easy to get your hand on a dollar.
Yep.
But now that you ain't in the street no more and you trying to do things the other way, it's harder because you gotta rely on this thing to get that dollar. Well, when you was in the street, it was a hustle game. You
Temptation's a
hustle,
mother, right?
you hustle, got this and got it. You could get it in a 20 minutes.
Now you
Now
gotta wait 2 weeks.
right, they're right. You know what I'm saying? And it's a whole other ball game. And some people feel like, like what did I just do to myself?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Did I make the right move? You know what I'm saying? And then, like I tell people all the time, look, honey, trying to live what we call a living right life ain't easy.
Nope.
Ain't nobody. If somebody
Mm-mm.
tell you it's easy, they lie. Okay, all right.
Easy.
They done told you a lie from the whole pit. Because that's a lie. The truth ain't nowhere about the statement.
Easy.
It ain't easy.
Who said that?
Okay. But at the end of the day, I don't expect you to come in from the street and expect you to just be just straightforward. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that. I don't expect that out of you. You know what I'm saying? I expect the street to still be in you at some point. You know what I'm saying? And even as you grow, I still don't expect all of the street to go away. The reason why I say that is because if he pulls you from the street, some part of that is still gonna be there, but he gonna use that part of you to go pull somebody else.
Yeah,
You see what
exactly.
I'm saying? Because you one of them people that could go out there and win somebody else in the street, where somebody that done been in the church all day like can't.
Exactly.
You know what
Exactly.
I'm saying? So you one of
Exactly.
those people that could go meet somebody right where they at. You could have that.
Exactly.
You could have that conversation that somebody in the church can't have because you ain't never lived no street life.
Exactly.
You know what
Exactly.
I'm saying? So you wouldn't be able to have that conversation with me,
Yep.
right? So if I was in the street, how you gonna draw me in the church?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Girl, let me tell you, it's and the funny part about it, and the thing that you mentioned, and I want to just throw this out here because when it comes to the question of what's in your heart, is everything that we're talking about, all the things that we're mentioning, learning lessons and everything, it's part of a greater process.
Right,
It's part of a greater process, and you have to you have to be able to trust the process. You can complain about the process, you can bitch and moan about the process, you can say whatever you want about the process, but as long as you are following the process and trusting the process, you're fine. So of course it's not going to look like what you want it to be. Of course it's going to be bumps along the road while you going along this journey of this process. you know you know yeah. God has a plan for each and every one of us. It's the whatever that plan whatever that plan is between you and God. Whatever that process is to get to that plan that He has for you is between you and God. If if you're not trusting and rolling with that process, then you're basically you're out of I won't say you're out of order, but you're not in alignment.
right,
So the
right,
process is a part of that journey to get you to where you have to be. Unfortunately, within this process and this journey, there are bumps in the road. There are hills and valleys you got to climb. There are gonna be places where it's gonna be 20, where it's gonna be 10 feet of snow. It's gonna be places where it's gonna be hot as the Sahara Desert. It's gonna be places to where you have to walk where you have to walk in chest high water.
right,
And then it's gonna be places to where it's gonna be a dense jungle. The
right,
question is, are you willing to go through that to get to whatever expected end God has for you?
right.
Are
And
you willing to go through that?
you really gotta launch yourself into the deep because of
Yeah.
um
Nothing venture, nothing gained.
right.
And
Because
again,
that's one of the biggest things right there is when you launch yourself into the deep, you don't know you first of all, unless you at a pool, that's the only thing that tell you how deep the water is, bro.
exactly.
Okay? That's the only thing that tell you how deep the water is. When you go
Yeah.
to a beach, there ain't no sign. There ain't no pole sticking out the water that say this is 5 feet, this 7, that's
They
10. And the further
yeah.
you go, you know what I'm saying? There ain't nothing out there telling you that. Right? So the Lord take you out to the beach and tell you, I need you to launch yourself in the deep. I just need you to keep going till I tell you to stop.
Exactly.
You don't know how deep that deep gonna be.
Yeah.
Right? It's just like when he told what you call him to come out, he called him out the boat and said, come on, you want to walk out to me? Come on.
Come on out here.
Right. And he was walking on the water to him. Until he took his focus off the Lord. Yeah, that's the
Go in the
only
water.
time that's the only time that dude got ready to sink.
Yep.
And that's the problem. When we take our focus off of what he told us to focus on, that's the only time we feel like we sinking.
Exactly.
Other than
Exactly.
that, if we become focus driven, right? If we could become focus driven about everything we got going on in life, man, do you know where we would be
Yeah.
if we could become that focus driven about every aspect, every part of our life?
Man, look. Telling
Okay,
you,
like,
man.
you know what I'm saying? Like, I sit back and I tell people all the time, you sit here, first of all, you get a devil too much credit. Okay? The devil ain't responsible for all your issues and all your problems.
You are.
Half of the problem is just you and your decisions that you made. The devil ain't had nothing to do with it. You gave him the credit,
People don't understand choices and consequences.
right? You know what I'm saying? You just gave that slewfoot the credit. But he
Yeah.
like, okay, you want to give it, I'll take it, but I ain't got nothing to do with it.
Exactly. That's you. That is you. That is your choice. That is
It
your
was
consequence. That
all
is
you.
that's you. That
Right,
is your dysfunctionality that caused all that. That caused that. Why you gonna blame something that off a choice that you made?
right.
You what you get?
So
You also
it's like at the end of the day, do you really understand some of the decisions that you made and the consequences they got? Okay, put it this way. You such as okay, I'm gonna just use you for example.
all right.
All right. So say if in life, if you go back and you look at how you lived your life, right? And if you can look at how you lived your life, do you feel like any of the way that you chose to live it had an effect on your children and is having an effect on your grandchildren? Because if you see that, then you know that certain things was because of decisions you made,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so I tell people all the time that your decisions don't just befall on you.
Mm-hmm.
If you go back and you read the word, Jesus told Abraham that decisions he made was going to befall on him and all the generations that come after him.
That's
So
it.
what do you think that means for us? If it
It
happened to Abraham,
it go double for
it's
us.
right. And if it happened to Abraham, what you think it's doing to us?
It go double for us. And the
Okay?
thing of it is like when and again, since we're using me for an example, I'll take it a step. I'll take it a step. I'll take it several steps further.
Right.
And when all the choices that I've made in life from 18 to 50, all these were choices that I made. The choice to have kids, my choice. Choice to go in the military, my choice. Choice to put myself in a situation to where I was emotionally and mentally abused, my choice.
Right.
All these things are my choices, so I'm not gonna blame anybody for the choices that I made. However, I will hold in addition to holding myself responsible. I'm going to hold the person that hurt me responsible as well. But at the end of the day, it's my choice,
Right.
and I have to either reap the rewards or the consequences of the choice. You you can't say that it's somebody else's fault when it's your choice.
Right.
You can't say that it's you can't say the devil made you do it when you're the one that should made it up in your mind to do it.
Right.
You can't say that, oh well, that was just, I don't know what that was. Yeah, you do. You know exactly what the hell that was.
Right.
That was what you got was a result of your choice. And I tell folks this all the time. You get what you give.
Right.
And at the same time, when you make a bad choice, you get you. I tell folks all the time, he got what he got.
Right.
And they say, well, that's a harsh way of looking at it. Well, you tell me. Would you tell me would he be able to get away with that bad choice?
Right.
or whatever choice it was, whether it's bad, good, or indifferent. Would he get away with that?
Right.
Had had he had he made it had he made it anyway?
Right. But you said it right though. You get back out of life what you put into it.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm from, and I'll use the most simplest example ever. If you if you commit a murder, you go into prison.
Right.
Worst case scenario, you on death row.
Right.
So your choice to murder somebody got you in prison on death row. So you get with so you and I'll tell you, you get he or she got what they got. I mean, and I tell folks that people, well, that's karma. Yeah, some of it,
Yeah.
some of a small amount of it might be karma, because yes, karma is is a B, and I tell folks she wear black, but it's more than just karma. It's the result of all your bad decisions, all your bad choices coming back to you.
Right.
Because the universe is a circular thing, and it will reciprocate what you throw out. You throw out bad energy, you throw out bad juju, you treat people incorrectly, or you treat people wrong. Trust and believe it's coming back to you. It's coming back to you. Then I mean, and that's not a religious thing. That's not a church thing. That is that first of all, that's a fact.
Right.
And I can say that because I'm not gonna say I was a victim of that, but there's some of my decisions, whatever some of the things that happened to me was a result of that.
Right.
Made a bad decision 2 or 3 years ago. Oh well, it's coming back around it's coming back around to bite me in the ass. Well, damn, I didn't know that was coming back. I didn't know it was coming back that quick.
Right.
And boom, and now here I am stuck. Now here I am stuck with a bad decision. Well, stuck with the result of a bad decision, and now trying to figure out what the hell I need to do to get up out of the situation that I'm in. That's simple. Make better choices.
That part.
Think about what you do before you do it. Put yourself in the mindset of thinking 3 or 4 steps ahead. A lot of people say, I'm playing chess while you playing checkers." To me, it ain't about that. It's about thinking 3 or 4 steps ahead. If I make this decision, what's going to happen down the line? Who is it going to affect? Who is it going to impact? Is that an impact going to be negative, or is it going to be positive? Unfortunately, those are things that we can't. Unfortunately, we're human beings and we're not clairvoyant, so we can't always see things. We can't always see the impacts of our choices down the line. We only see the impacts of our choices when it comes back around to us. But we have kind of at least try to think ahead.
Right.
If I choose this, who's going to be impacted by it? If I choose this, what is it? What is the cost? What is the cost to me? That's another thing that we don't think about. What is the cost? What is it going to cost us
Right.
if we make this choice?
And the other thing I think too, Fred, that some people don't think about either is if you find yourself second guessing the choice you made, you know
Don't
you
make it.
made the wrong choice.
Don't make it.
Now, if you find yourself second guessing it as you're making the choice, it's not the right choice.
Exactly. If you feel the hairs on the back of your neck standing up the minute you make that choice, it's a bad choice. It's already a bad choice. Don't do it. Don't do it. But I think the one
Right.
thing we Lord have mercy, and thank you God for dropping this in my heart right now. One thing I think we as human beings, and it doesn't matter your religious denomination, and this is universal for everybody. I think it applies a lot. I think it applies more to Christians than it does to anybody else. However, it applies to everybody. We don't count the cost of our choices.
No, we
Our
don't.
choices have a price tag attached to them, not a monetary price tag. Re- Let me repeat that: not a monetary price tag. They have a they have a heart price tag. They have a soul price tag.
That was good, bro.
And I'm gonna say that again. They have a heart price tag. They have a soul price tag. And your heart and your soul is way more valuable than any currency. So your choices have a cost attached to them.
Right.
Not money, not the thing that you go to a club and you do all this and stuff with. Nah, I don't none of that. It has a heart cost, has
Yep,
a
that was good.
soul cost. The last thing, it has a physical cost because what you don't pay for in your heart and your soul, you will pay for physically.
No, one way or another.
Exactly.
One
And
way or
most of the,
another.
and most of the time, that cost comes from our heart. It is exacted from our heart and our soul first. If you want me to, if anybody wants me to explain it, I can explain it way if I can explain it further. But I just put it in this. I put it in layman's terms, just for a little bit of understanding. The choices we make and the consequences that roll behind them, as I stated before, they have a cost attached to them. They cost you a little bit of your heart because there is, and that costs you a little bit of your soul because there's a little bit of each in those choices. When we make choices, and I'm gonna be when we make choices, we're not always we're not always led with our
Hey,
mind when we make those
Auntie.
choices. Hey, Miss Shara. So when we make choices, we're not always led with this. Understand this. We're not led with this.
No, most people make choices out of their emotions.
Exactly. Which where your heart lie. So
Yeah.
all of our choices are not always well thought out. They're always mental, they're always emotional choices. So they do cost you a little bit of your heart because when you make an emotional choice if you make an emotional choice and you get hurt by that choice, that takes a small bit of your heart because you made that choice emotionally. Even
And that's why I tell people all the time, don't make decisions out of your emotions because you turn something that should have been a temporary thing into
a
something
permanent.
lifelong because your emotions came into play.
Yep. When
And
we
then
make
when you do
choices,
that, you make it a bad thing on yourself, and you don't want to do that. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, kind of to reiterate what he's saying is that's just like, okay, this Trailblazers is Fred's baby. I'm just a part of his baby, but this is Fred's baby, right? At the end of the day, if he chooses to go out and sell his baby, I may no longer be a part of Fred's baby because he's giving it new ownership.
yep,
If he do that without talking to all the hosts that are involved, it might be bad deals for us because they may not keep our show. You see
exactly.
what I'm saying? So it don't mean that um when you choose to make the decisions that you make, that your decisions are only affecting you because
Right.
most of the time they're not. Your decisions are affecting more than just you. Okay, especially if you got a family, your decisions are affecting your spouse,
Exactly.
your children, your grandchildren, their children. It's a whole lot of effects going on,
And
right?
most of the
Go
choices
ahead.
we make, we think about those all the time. And
Right,
the one thing I've learned about emotional decisions are usually good decisions in theory. They just have a really bad outcome because when you think we're inside of your emotions, you're trying, you think when you make an emotional choice, you feel in your mind and your heart it's the right thing to do, and when you make it and it's a bad result, like I said,
right,
emotional choices are technically good choices with bad outcomes. Sometimes cataclysmic outcomes.
right. Because some of your choices could cost you your life. You know what I mean? And I don't mean, I mean, now I ain't gonna necessarily say you're gonna die, but when I say your life, it could cost you your whole livelihood.
Yep.
You can make one wrong decision and it literally costs you everything you got.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's why you have to be careful in your decision making. If you're not, um, if you don't feel like the decision you're about to make is the right one, if you're unsure, reach out to somebody.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not telling you that people should be in your business. I'm not telling you that, but everybody got somebody that they trust.
Yes, sure.
Yeah,
Yes,
at
Miss
least,
Shear. They are
right?
blinded.
They
They
are
are
blinded.
blinded choices. Yes.
And I mean, everybody got at least one individual that they trust. Reach
Mm-hmm.
out to somebody that you trust. I mean, me personally, I always say yes. Seek the Lord first, because he gonna tell you what to do. Half of the time, we just don't listen. We don't
Yep.
want to listen because we don't like what he's saying.
Exactly.
Okay, but half of the time, he tells us what to do, and we just don't do it because we don't like what he said. And then
And
when we go around and beat around the bush and try to do part of what he said, but not the whole thing, we didn't follow the
mm-hmm.
whole instruction. You still didn't follow the instruction. So you
and
still
you
gonna come out with the same result. It still ain't gonna be right because you didn't follow the instruction.
and you get hurt by it.
You can't
Unfortunately, we
go
get
half
hurt by it.
you can't go halfway. That's just like I can't give Fred a recipe, right? So I'm gonna take an example. If I give him a recipe to make some fresh bread, he got to follow that recipe to the T. Because if you don't, either the bread ain't gonna rise, it ain't gonna bake right, it ain't gonna taste right. Something gonna be off if you
Mm-hmm.
don't follow it to the T. Now, once he learned how to bake it and he baked it a few times and he got it, if he want to tweak it, that's fine. If he want
Exactly.
to add some more flavors to it or add something to it to make it better than what it already was, yes. But in order to make the bread, he first has to follow that actual recipe to
Yep.
make the bread first,
Yep.
right? If he don't follow that recipe, something gonna be off.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the Lord gives us. He gives us a recipe.
Yeah. And then
Simplified.
yep.
It don't be
And
hard. It be simplified.
way simplified.
It don't be like the square root of pi. That ain't what he be doing.
Nope.
He be like, look, I just need you to go knock, like he told what to call it when he told him to walk around the wall of Jericho. I just need you to walk 7 times.
The most obvious stuff.
Okay. I mean, to other people it was off the wall. But he gave him simple instructions.
Yep.
I need you to go walk around the wall 7 times. And on the seventh time, I just need you to praise me. That's it.
That's it.
You know? And once you do that, the wall gonna crumble. I bet you everybody else was looking at him like he was straight retarded.
It,
What you
like,
walking around this wall for? He took off and he walked around that wall.
like, dude, what's wrong with you? Why you walking
Right.
around? Why you walking around this thing like a whole bunch of times? You,
You know what I'm saying? But he took off and he walked around that wall 7 times. On the
yep.
seventh time, he did exactly what the Lord told him to do. And you know what happened? The wall fell.
Yep.
Okay?
And yeah. Oh my goodness.
It
and
came down. So just like Noah, he said, I need you to build an ark. Noah said, why? Because I'm gonna cause a flood. If you build an ark, you and your family, and I need you to take 2 of each animal.
that's it.
I need you to do what I said so you and your family can live. And 2 of each animal. Can you do that for me? But I
Funny
need
thing,
you to build it. I need you to build it according to this size.
specifications.
This is specifications. I mean, he gave him specifications. Okay. Now, back in the day, Bible days, you tell me what ruler and metrics they had to measure anything, but however they did it, he did it. Okay? All right? He did it and he made it happen, Cap. All
Man,
right?
exactly. I think
So
when
I'm
it
telling you, you
oof,
got to follow the instructions. It might
yeah,
seem odd to somebody else,
but it's not.
but
It ain't. It shouldn't be odd to you, especially if you're the
right?
one receiving the instructions.
It's a lot of people he gave odd instructions to.
Unfortunately, we take those instructions and we twist them and we tweak them to fit our own means and our
Exactly.
own ends. And unfortunately, that's when it blows up in your face.
Man, look, you think about how Moses felt. I'm talking to you through a burning bush. Yo, their voice coming out the
Exactly,
bush.
exactly,
Now
Simone.
you know us. You
That
know
was
us.
probably what they were thinking when they said when they asked him, like, dude, really?
Right. You know us as black folk. You know we don't. You know how we are. We
Exactly.
y'all know we ain't right sometimes. Us
Mm-mm.
as black folk, we would have turned and looked at somebody if there was anybody. Dude, there a whole voice coming out this bush. Ain't nobody in here. There ain't nobody else over here. But there are boys coming out the bush. And
What's
every
going
time
on
the
over
boy
here,
speak,
man?
look, every time the boy speak, the fire get hotter.
Like, hold on.
But the fire, but the bush ain't actually burning though. But it's on fire. Like you know, you sit there looking at the flame, but it ain't actually consuming the bush.
Exactly.
And there a whole voice coming out the bush. You gonna think that you have lost your mind. That's what you gonna think, right? But that's
Exactly.
how the Lord works. That's the type of encounters He give people. He give you encounters that other people would think is crazy. But that encounter is for who? You.
You and you only.
To change who life? Yours.
Yours.
Everybody He gave an encounter to, it changed the dynamics of their life.
But again, we take those exact plans and we twist them and we bend them and we do all things, and then all of a sudden, and then we get mad when it blow up in our face. It blew up in your face because you didn't follow the instructions.
Right.
What you mean? It blew up. If you follow the instructions to the letter, to the exact letter, then it wouldn't blow up in your face. But if
Right.
you decide you want to add a little bit to this and add a little bit to that, and then
Look, I could go on and on. Let's talk about Daniels in the lion den. You
it's,
done threw me in a den of lions. But when you open the den back up, I'm asleep on top of them. Like,
what's wrong with him?
I'm chilling. Me and the lions chilling together.
He supposed
They my bed. They pillows for me.
he's
Like,
supposed to be food.
you know what I'm saying? Like, what? You thought that something that was going to consume me, it did not do what you wanted it to do.
Yep,
And
and
you had to send somebody in here to get me out.
yep, and I think I think there is a story about three of like those three Hebrew boys that was thrown in the pit.
Exactly. You put them in the fiery furnace and you kept turning the fire up even higher and even
Exactly.
harder now.
They
Okay.
and they
And
walked out of there.
you sent somebody to come and look in the furnace like a dummy. And by the time they could get to look at the furnace, they just got burned up from the heat and they didn't even touch it.
Exactly.
Okay. But here we are standing in it, and the Lord standing in here with us, and you turn around and look and say, hold on, I thought there were three, but they four.
Exactly.
Right? Now, my whole thing is you gotta sit here. It's right, Simone. You sit here, you gotta understand how he worked. Look at all the parables that he used to tell you about other people. And how again it goes back to the specific encounter just
Yep.
for you. Look at what he did with Job. Why I got to kill all your children though? You
That
understand?
ain't necessary. It
They
ain't
they
necessary for me to do all that, but
they got together to have a feast. They was having a celebration to have a good time as siblings. And boom, the house collapsed. Just really? Okay, out of all things, the house just collapsed out of nowhere. It
yep.
didn't, I mean, it was sturdy any other day before the day.
Yep.
Right? But today the house just, I mean, it's like the three little pigs. The wind is blowing, just blow that and collapse the house, right?
Exactly. Then on top of
Okay.
that, your wife talking you about
Your
talking
wife
you.
talking stupid, and then
Exactly.
all your animals dying. Okay, all your livestock just dying, right? Then on top of that, you get hit with balls all over your whole entire body, like you got a worst case of the shingles ever. Okay, all of this stuff for you to sit back and think about that I had to do all of this to prove to somebody else how loyal you was to me. Come on, that was his
Come
test.
on now.
All of that was to prove to somebody else how loyal he was to the Lord. Really? Come on now.
And the thing of it is,
Dude,
the thing of it is, we don't have to go through all those extremes.
dude.
We don't have to go through all those extremes. We don't have to do any of that. It's just like Just follow the plan.
That's it.
Yeah. Look, okay, so you don't have to understand what that plan is, but just, I mean, well, you do have to understand what the plan is because you have to have a knowledge of where you're going in order to get to where you're going. But
Mm-hmm.
it ain't gonna do you no good if you don't follow the road.
Right. Right.
And you can't, and you
Oh,
can't, and
the
you
thing of
can't.
it is all you got to know is he got a will and a plan for you.
Yeah.
That's it. In Jeremiah, he said, while you was in the womb, he knew you. He already set forth plans for you in the womb. So while you was being created, he was already making plans for you.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So at the end of the day, all you got to do is go with the grand scheme of things.
Well,
You may not understand the actual plan, but you know he got a will for you. So because you know he got a will for you, all you got to do is say, "What?" My favorite line from the book, not my will, but your will be done.
mm-hmm.
It ain't my will, but your will be done.
Just like the
Right?
Wizard of Oz, man.
Look,
You trying to get to the land of Oz? Follow the yellow brick road.
that's it.
Just
Go
follow the yellow brick
straight.
road.
Go
And,
straight. There ain't no left, no right. There ain't no blinking signs. There ain't no detours.
and
None of
please don't
them.
take no shortcuts.
None of them.
Please do not take shortcuts because shortcuts do not ensure that you get there quicker.
Man,
They may
look,
they
bro.
they may ensure that you don't get there at all
Right.
or you're
That's the
delayed.
whole point of the detour. It's to take you off track.
Now, I'm gonna say this because I mean some people ain't gonna get this, but I'm gonna make this real simple. Detours are gonna be there, but the detours are gonna be there. These are, and we all know detours are not planned.
Distractions.
Exactly. Detours are not planned, and they will throw you off the path. They will throw you off that road. Just follow the detours, follow the detour signs. Eventually, you're gonna be back on the main road. But taking shortcuts, that is a huge no because as I stated earlier, shortcuts don't ensure that you arrive to your destination quicker. It's not a
Look,
guarantee that you'll get there faster.
we all know what happened when Jesus tried to take that shortcut. He said,
No,
Lord, can you take this cup from me?
nah,
Can you let this cup pass from me?
nope.
And then he thought about that thing for a second. He said, you know what? Not my will, but your will be done. Never mind.
Yeah, exactly.
He
And
changed. He changed that one term so quick.
had
But
to,
you know what? Never
had
mind.
to,
Never mind.
had
I'm
to,
sorry I even said it. Sorry. Nope. 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 Nope.
had to.
He changed that so quick. Look, first of all, you got to understand it ain't like the Lord try to keep us from the desires of our hearts because he said that he would give us that.
Yeah.
He would give us just that. But some of this stuff that we desire, we know we're not ready for. It's
Or
just
don't
that a desire.
don't line up with
Right.
what he got in
It
line
don't
a
just,
store
yeah,
for us.
it don't line up with his will. But on top of that, understand it's just that a desire.
Meaning it can be given or not given.
And meaning that your desires change as you
Exactly.
change. Your desire do not stay the same your whole entire life.
Exactly.
Don't nobody desire stay the same their whole entire life.
Nope.
The stuff I desired as a teenager did not stay the same as I started getting older. I
Exactly.
did not have the same desire. Okay. The desires I had in my 20s, I don't have now that I'm 40.
Exactly.
You understand? It's not your desires change as you get older. What I desire now, I did not desire back then.
Exactly.
You
And then you
understand?
and as you get older, you realize that, and I'm finding this out now as I'm getting older, and I know I'm getting older, and now that I'm half a century old now, I realize
I'm
that
glad you said
a lot of my
that.
desires are quite simplistic.
Right.
I don't need nothing all complicated.
Right.
Why?
My desires are easy. Lord, just allow me to sit back and watch. Lord, allow me to watch all my godchildren get married and have babies on they had their own children.
Exactly.
Let them see they had their own families.
Let
Allow
me
me to watch every word that you allow me to give to somebody. Let me be around to see it manifest.
exactly.
Those are my desires. You know what I'm saying? My desires ain't desires like most people think they are.
Yeah.
People think that I'm weird because my desires are they feel like my desires are weird. No, my desire that's what I said to Simone. He said half a century. I was like, really? But you know, I said the same thing to Simone, so I understand. You
What's
caught
50?
it,
What
right? So
half a hundred?
like you know what I'm saying? But my desires are not that. My desires is, Lord, you made promises to me, so let me see them and enjoy them.
Exactly.
That's my desire.
Exactly.
You made a promise. Your words say that your promises are yes and amen, that they are not supposed to be null and void, right? Okay, so let me see them and enjoy them.
Exactly.
That is my desire.
Exactly. And if I know if I say a word to you, it's not gonna come back to me void.
That's it. That is my desire. My desires are really simple, but they line up with what he said.
Yep.
You get it? My desire ain't something off the wall.
Yep. And then when we do stuff that's off the wall, that's when we get thrown off and and we get thrown into a place that we don't want to be. We didn't exactly plan to be, but that's where we are. But that's where we end up being. And now we got to find out why we're here and how the hell to get back to
Right,
where we were. And
right.
it goes with matter what's in your it's in this all lines up to what's in your heart because
That's it,
where
Simone. Let
you
me see my desires come to pass. That's it.
exactly.
What? When you do that, I always say, Lord, let me see my desires come to pass, but let my desires be what you will for me.
Yep.
That's it. Let it be what you will for me, though. You know what I'm saying? Because if my desires don't match up with your will, I don't want it.
Yeah.
I don't want it.
Not
Because
at all.
that means that my desire is gonna be out of your will. I
Yep.
don't want it. I don't want that.
No
Okay.
matter what,
So allow my desires to match up with your will for me.
no matter
Okay.
what, keep
My
me
like
in
I said,
order.
that's it. My desires are the promises that you made for me. I want to see them come to fruition and I want to enjoy them.
Exactly.
That is my desire. You know what I'm saying? And when you give him his word back, he gotta act on what? His word.
What you yep, because it cannot come back to it won't come it cannot come back to you void.
He gotta act on his word. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? And that's one of the biggest things, and that's the whole point of what we were taught, what the whole night is about. The whole thing is what's in your heart. What's in your heart will come out your mouth eventually. You understand? And you have to be a consistent human being. Okay? You can't be wishy-washy. Consistency works all the way
Exactly.
around the board. You gotta be a consistent human being. Period. At the end of the day, at the end of the night, is what I get from you consistent? Yes, because you're gonna get the Lord from me at all costs. You're
Exactly.
gonna get me pushing you at all costs,
Exactly.
right? You're gonna get me encouraging you at all costs, even when you don't want it, right? You're gonna get me praying for you, telling me that I'm gonna speak life into you at all costs,
Yep.
right? That's right. That's right, Simone. He swore it by himself and he can't lie. That's it. And that's one of the biggest takeaways that I want anybody to take away from tonight is
That's
if
it.
you give him back his word, give him back the word he said about you.
Yep.
What he say about you? That he knew who you was, right? He
Yep.
said he formed you in the womb. He knew what the plans was. Okay, so Lord, you said yeah, in the womb you formed me. You knew my plan. This is
Exactly.
what you said. So now I need you to move on my behalf.
Yep.
Okay,
They're
I
they're
need you to move on my behalf. If there's something in my life that's out of place, I need you to put it in place. If it ain't supposed to be there, move it.
Move it.
Okay, and we have to be strong enough. That's
There are
right.
promises that
And
we've been
we got to
given.
be strong enough to ask him to remove stuff that we're not strong enough to remove on our own.
Nope.
It's
Cannot.
okay.
Can't.
It's okay. Sometimes we don't want to let certain people go, but if you can't, Lord, if these
Remove this
people that
person.
are, if this person that is around me is not meant to go with me in my future, move it.
And the thing of it
Move
is,
them.
man, there and the one thing that you mentioned, and I really I want to walk back to that.
Go ahead.
I really
Go
want
ahead.
to, because whether you believe it, whether we believe it or not, there are promises. There are promises that have been already preordained,
That's it.
and all really basically all we doing, those promises have already been there. You can't remove them, you can't take them away, you can't add to them. They're already there.
That's
They're
it.
pretty much right there. Those promises are already been predetermined. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? It's up to us to decide whether or not we want to see those promises.
Right.
Because of course, one or
That's
two
right,
bad
Auntie.
choices ain't gonna deter you from those promises. Of course it's not. Because at the end of the day, we're human beings, and we're gonna make bad choices, we're gonna make good choices, we're gonna make mistakes, and we're gonna learn from those. The thing of it is if you just constantly making mistakes just with the knowledge of saying, okay, well, these promises are anyway, so I'm just gonna go ahead and just screw up anyway. Well,
No,
even
because
though
let me
even though
tell
those
you
promises are
something.
guaranteed, it ain't guaranteed you're gonna be there to
Okay,
see
see,
them.
catch what you just said. Catch what you just said. Now, this is the thing. First of all, it's just like somebody giving you a prophecy, right?
Yep.
A prophecy ain't a promise. First and
Nope.
foremost, let's get that correction tonight.
Exactly.
A prophecy is not a promise. It's exactly that, a prophecy. Okay, it is something that somebody foresees for you, but it doesn't mean that it will come to fruition. All right, prophecies have conditions. That's right, because Simone,
Yep.
prophecies come with conditions. All right. This is what some people don't bother to tell you, but I'll tell you tonight. All right. So prophecies come with conditions. What can happen is if you do not fall under those conditions and you don't follow the conditions, that prophecy will never happen.
Exactly.
Okay. And you will continue to delay it. I don't care what nobody tell you. Something can be spoken over your life and it can take years before it comes to fruition because you did not follow the conditions to meet it.
Yep.
Right? Now, his promises for you is different.
Those are
This is
not
a
conditions.
promise. He guaranteed it because he said it. If this is what he said, he has to make it happen.
Yep. Yep.
There's a
Because
difference between the two. He
yep.
don't have to make the prophecy happen because if you ain't do what was supposed to be conducive for that, it's not happening. That's right, Simone. That a prophecy is not a promise, and I, I hate it when people think that it is,
Nope.
and they be like, "Oh, well, you a false prophet."
No,
No,
ma'am.
you on in right position to receive it when it was spoken to you.
And I think the more people that understand that is a conditional thing,
Yes,
they'll understand. They'll be like, okay, so this is conditional. So I have to meet this criteria, this conditions. And the other, but in the other, but to the but exactly to the opposite, God's promises are
yes,
absolute.
and amen. That's what His word say.
If he said this is the promise that I made that I've made to you, he got he got to fulfill it.
Look, the one promise He made that other people don't see as a promise, and He said it because it's in the word. He said that I came that you might have
Life
life and have it
more
more
abundantly.
abundantly. Or in other terms, it says to the full. So that means in overflow or in access. That's what it say. That's a promise. That's a guarantee, as they say in
Yep.
Louisiana. Okay. All right. So that right there is a guarantee. But we as people don't see that as a promise
Nah,
because you just think it's part of the scripture. But baby, that's a promise. And that's a promise that he keeps if you do what you're supposed to do and follow the instruction.
that's it. That is it.
If
That
he
is it.
said that you can live a life in abundance, okay, that means abundance in all areas. He didn't just say one.
Health, wealth,
Okay, that means everything. He says, and have a life more abundantly. That
funny
means
that you mentioned that though.
any part of your life.
Funny that you mentioned that though, Coco, because a
Come
lot of
on.
people look at abundance and they think of dollar signs and wealth.
That's the first thing they think of.
But unfortunately, I won't say. Well, I will say unfortunately, that's not the whole thing.
No, because most people use that for prosperity reasons. And they use
Exactly,
that scripture wrong. They use that scripture wrong all the time. And I don't like it. But they do it all the time.
of course they do. But don't look at that word in its totality,
No.
or better yet, they don't break down the scripture in its totality. If
Well,
he's saying abundantly mean abundance, that means that's the whole totality of what that word means.
he said life. That's what he said.
Exactly.
I came that you might have life and you have it more
Abundantly.
abundantly. Or, like I said, in some translations, it means to the full. That means in excess or
Yes.
overflow.
Exactly.
Okay. So he said that you might have life more abundantly. Okay. So for me, if you saying that I might have life more abundantly, to me, you mean all aspects of my life. That don't just mean my finances. That means my health, wealth, my total being. That's how I take it.
Is that me too? Me
And
too.
me personally, if my health ain't right, my finances ain't going nowhere. Because if you can't stay healthy enough to make the money, what's going to happen? Okay.
Yeah.
So a lot of people don't think about that. You gotta think smartly because some people don't rightly. The whole thing is just say study yourself approved so you can rightly divide the word. That's it. And what you say, Simone? It says we believe the same thing about beloved. I wish above all things you prosper and be in good health, even as your soul prospers. That's right. But what it say? What it say? It says that you may prosper and be in good what? Health, even as your soul prospers. That didn't say, I need you to be wealthy and be sick. It
Yep.
didn't give you the opposite of the scripture. That ain't what it said. And it's also the way that people break these scriptures down and try to teach these scriptures to people. That's why you have to, that's why you got to pick up the word and read it for yourself. And get a concordance so it'll break it down for you. Because sometimes when you ask certain preachers to break stuff down, you just be like, sometimes no offense, but some of these preachers is hooked on fun. Okay?
Exactly. Exactly.
Because they can't break it down at all. So I'm telling you, that scripture right there, and then the other one that I love for people to throw out there is what's the one that I say don't be your own weapon formed. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. That's the one that people like.
Yep.
But honey, you've been your own weapon formed the whole time. Because you don't know how to shut up. You speak against yourself all the time.
Right.
Right. Rightly dividing the word.
Yep.
But
You
you
don't
speak
humble
against
yourself.
you your biggest critic, and you self-sabotage yourself all the time.
Exactly.
And you talk about no weapon formed against you shall prosper. Boy, baby, you your weapon.
Your
It
own
doesn't
worst
prosper.
enemy.
It doesn't prosper because the weapon is you. It
Self
ain't outside. It ain't coming from the outside. The weapon you.
Yep. Self sabotage. Self defeating thought processes. Not
Right.
not not showing humility.
Right. And that's the whole thing about how you break this word down and how you divide it. And at the end of the day, that's where the problem come in. It's how you see the word. When I first really got into church and I really wanted to read the word and I wanted to learn it, the first thing I did was I bought me a Bible and I bought a strong concordance so I could break it down. That's the first thing I did. Then after that, after I went to theology school, I got the Bible, a strong concordance, and a Bible dictionary. And then I got all three. So every time I study, I got all 5 books laid out on the table in front of me.
Got to. Because you gotta know what you're reading. And you have to
Right.
understand that.
You good, Simone. I know what you meant, baby.
You
So
you
you,
gotta know
you
what
ain't
you're
gotta
looking at.
apologize. I knew what you meant. So yeah, it's talking about rightly dividing the word. But if you don't read the word, how you gonna rightly divide something? You don't even read it. You don't even pick it up. So that means anything that somebody behind these wonderful things called pulpits say to you, you take it and run 1,000 miles a minute with it. You don't even know if what they said to you was the actual word and actual scripture or not. Because some people paraphrase.
And you can't go with it what everybody say. You gotta study to show yourself approved.
That's it. That's what the word tell you. That's right. I got a concordance, I got a Bible dictionary, and I also have a chronological Bible. Because the Bible that you read now is actually not in order, you guys. Okay? Just so you know, it's out of order. But a chronological Bible goes in event order.
Exactly.
But that's for another day.
Well,
But I'm telling y'all, at the end of the day, it's about your heart. Do a heart check. Check yourself. Get yourself in right status. Ask him to renew in you a right spirit daily. Daily. There's nothing wrong with asking him to show you you. But I'm telling you, when you do it, you better be ready.
because if you're not,
You
it's gonna
better
be a
be
shock.
ready.
If you're not, it's gonna be a
Woo,
system shock.
that's it. You better be ready. When ask him to show you you, but baby, when you do it, you better be ready.
Because if you run away screaming,
Because when he show you you and you ain't ready for it,
you're gonna be floored.
you're gonna be like, why did you? But you asked me to show you you, so I'm just showing you you.
And that's the thing.
This is what's in you, and you don't like what you see. So
And
now you want to blame me for what's up in you.
exactly. And
Uh-uh.
I'm I'm gonna tell y'all this, man. And I'm just being extremely transparent now. The worst part of going through a healing process is, especially when you're trying to heal, when you healing yourself, is to look at you in that mirror, and you have to confront that person
That's it.
in the mirror
That's it.
and be like, damn, that was me.
That's
Or
it.
better yet, not that was, this
That
is.
is.
This
That's
is
it.
me.
Ain't no was because it's still there until you fix it.
This is the person that's underneath all that bluster and all this
Yes.
bravado and everything like that.
Yes, that is.
That is and I say this all the time, the hardest part about healing yourself is looking at yourself in the mirror. Because when you do that, now all them, you ain't got to worry about peeling away layers, because when you look in the mirror, all those layers have already been peeled away. and you look at yourself and you see all those scars and all those wounds, and I'm getting a little bit emotional because that's how I saw. That's the person that I saw in the mirror.
Right.
A little boy with scars and wounds all over his body, whelps, you know, everything. Some of those wounds were fresh. Some of those wounds were in different stages of healing, and then there were scars.
Right.
Your first instinct is to want to protect that individual. That should not be your first instinct,
Come on.
because if you protect that person, you will never ever change.
Free
Because the
yourself
minute you
more.
wrap
I
your arms
understand.
around that person, that individual, you should yeah now our instinct as human beings and as and it's more of a parental instinct than anything, but as human beings, you want to protect. Don't do that, because
That's it.
the reason that you're being showed this is because this is who you are. This is your interior. This is your inner you, not the exterior you, because the exterior you is the one that's been shielding you from shielding your inner you from all the other stuff. The outer you is is that hard shell that's been built up from years of trauma, um, rejection, dejection, um, hurt, abuse. That's the outer shell. You break away that inner, you break away all that, you get to the inner, you get to the soft inner parts of who you are. There's gonna be so many wounds and scars on you. And the funny part about it is the funny part about it is with me, hell, a lot of those wounds, especially the fresher ones, were self-inflicted. The ones that had there were scars were wounds of things that were wounds of experiences, things that I had already went through, things that I'd already kind of moved myself on and to some point or another healed myself from. That's where the scars were. But all the fresher wounds were self-inflicted. And when we talk about what's in your heart, unfortunately, we are our own worst enemy.
Hmm.
We are our own worst enemy. When you peel away all those layers and you see that wounded boy or girl, don't don't your first instinct is to want to protect them. Don't, because they've already been through the experiences. They've already seen the pain. They've already seen the the torment. No need to protect them. They've already experienced it. The question when you see all that, what are you going to do? What is your next step? What are you going to do?
Right.
And like Coco said, it's a heart check. Now you got to look at the deepest recesses of yourself and say, well, damn, what the hell, what am I supposed to do at this point?
Right.
That's well, for some people that's easy. That's an easy answer. For some people, it's not so easy. The easy answer is to accept what is, forgive yourself,
That's it. And that's one of the hardest things for us to do.
heal yourself, and move forward. That's I won't say that's the yeah. And for a lot of people say that, well, that's the easy part. No, it ain't. How is that easy? First of all, it's not easy confronting yourself in the mirror and looking at the ugliness of you.
That's one of the
Second
hardest
of
things
all,
to do.
it, it is it is more difficult to change who you are from the inside out. So if you think change is easy, you are sorely mistaken. And for a lot of people, the easy route is to simply ignore it.
Yeah. But you can't go your whole life ignoring it.
Please look. Please believe warning comes before destruction.
That part, you better say it.
So if you choose to ignore that, then you pretty much written your own. You really pretty much orchestrated your own demise. And I'm not saying a physical demise. I mean a
Let me tell y'all something because I'm gonna let him finish. But what he would just get ready to say, a spiritual death is worse than a physical one. Let me just tell you that. Okay? A spiritual death is horrible. When you feel like your soul is gone, but your body's still around, but your soul ain't right, it's the worst feeling ever. Okay?
and I don't think anybody wants to die a spiritual death. Who in their right mind wants to be empty and devoid? Not me. And I'm pretty certain not anybody that's listening or watching us. But spiritual death is the worst death that you could
The
have
worst thing ever.
ever. To die that death is to for me, and this is the only way I can I'll describe it. To die a spiritual death is to me is to die a thousand physical deaths. And those physical deaths aren't really that horrible. In some
Right?
ways, some physical deaths are just painful, but a spiritual death
A
holds
spiritual
so
death
much
is
more
horrible.
pain
Yeah.
because now you're bereft of anything.
A
You
spiritual
have
death is horrible.
nothing.
And I tell you, it's not something that you want to feel.
Right, Simone? However, with we are worried more about the physical death than the spiritual death. However, with this here, all this,
Right.
all this is a shell.
That's it. You
This
better
is a
worry about girl. You better worry about where your soul going.
this is
I
this
ain't
is
worried about the body is so that okay. The body gonna die regardless. But honey, I'm worried about where my soul headed. At the end of the day, hell is hot. I don't even like heat now. You talking about an eternal flame that where the heat don't never let up, and whatever you die doing is what you continue doing.
yep.
No, 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 ma'am. That's the worst thing ever.
And
Okay?
a lot of people say that, and I've heard a couple people say, "Well, you know, you die spiritual death, you're only half dead." No, you're
No, you dead
dead.
completely. No,
You are dead with a capital D.
yeah, yeah, that ain't no
That's
half.
that's not a half death. That's a look to to be devoid of anything spiritually
Yeah,
is a
that's,
complete
that's like a person that walks around with permanent depression
exactly. That's
and
basically
no and absolutely no feelings.
that's like living in a permanent blackout.
Right. That's like literally that's like a person walking around permanently depressed and has absolutely no feelings whatsoever.
Devoid of emotion, sympathy, empathy,
Hey,
any of that.
coach, you
Who
hit the wrong link. You supposed to be up here on the screen, ma'am.
who
Don't play.
baby, who wants to do that? Who even want matter of fact, who even wants to endure that? Not I, because that's like that's like living in the deep like living in the deepest, darkest area of your heart and never finding a way back. There's a way back from it, but you from a spiritual death, however, it requires a lot.
Ooh, honey, you talking about counting the cost? Honey, that's a cost for real.
But
I wouldn't even.
a
I mean,
spiritual death is the
there's no need for you to have to go through that and try to figure your way back. That's like That's like the Lord going in the hell with the keys to try to get you out. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much like it was when he went into hell with the keys and got
Exactly.
the. That's why does he have to do that when all you had to do was listen to instructions first time? I don't understand. That's a lot of work for nothing.
Right back to the question: what's in your heart? Pig comes right back around to the question: what's in your heart? Simple thing.
Right.
Just get it right.
It's a lot.
Learn from the mistakes. We're all human. We make them.
Right.
Make better choices.
Please.
Understand that each choice has a cost attached to it.
Everything in
Not a
your life got a cost attached to it.
is exactly.
The people you choose to make babies with has a cost. Okay, the people you choose to marry has a cost.
Yep.
Every career move has a cost. It's either gonna be good for you or it's not.
Yep.
I mean, everything has a cost.
Be
When you go,
accountable to yourself. Be
when you
responsible
go,
for yourself.
let's think about it this way: when you go in the store, ain't nothing in the store that got free on it.
Gotta pay for it. Gotta pay for
Okay,
it. Accountability cost. Responsibility cost.
right? You ain't gonna walk in Walmart and everything got a free sign. Do you know what would happen if they did that?
Exactly. They be
Come
out of
on now,
business.
look. If you went in Walmart one day and somebody made a fluke and there was a glitch and everything you had in your cart rung up and said $0, and you walked out that store with everything that said $0.
Man.
Okay, I just want you to think about it. Okay, now you in the back of your
Out
head
of
like, look,
business.
hold on. Now it got a tag. I scanned every tag, Jesus. But everything will work up $0. So this ain't my fault.
Start a tag.
Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like most people be like, oh, the Lord has blessed me today. Okay.
There you go, coach.
Hey, coach. It's a blessing, all right. Or you got the greatest glitch in the world. That's what it's gonna be. She went back out.
Oh,
What
hold
happened?
on.
No, no,
There
what
you
happened?
go. There we go. Hey,
Right.
coach.
So I'm
Hey,
telling you,
hey,
it's,
hey.
it's just like I mean, right. So what I'm just saying, you ain't gonna go in the store and when you get up to the checkout counter, everything you got a tag on it. But when you scan it, everything says zero. There ain't no way that you ain't gonna sit here and think, well, the Lord has blessed me today. And don't cut up at this register. Nope. You check out and you leave and you go about your business. Okay?
Mm,
You better take it
Man,
when you get
telling
out
you.
that stove. Because that's all you better do. Because you better not do it in the stove. Okay? Because
Exactly.
somebody gonna come up and say, hold on, there's a problem. Nope. I checked out and everything rang up at $0. Okay?
Exactly.
So I'm just
Exactly.
telling you, this is what happens when again, when you walking in the way and you walking the way you supposed to walk, we call it in Christendom, favor ain't felt, right? We love to use that term, favor ain't felt. And it ain't because his favor sometimes, Huddy, he be doing some stuff that you ain't never seen done.
Right.
He go in, you know that when you went and looked at your credit report the last time, your numbers was 273. But you went to this car lot, got to this car lot, and they looked at your numbers and said it was 675. But you know that ain't what you saw just 30 days ago.
Exactly.
And he done turned some numbers around by the time you walked up on this car. You know it won't nobody but. He done went and hold on. I got somebody waiting on you at the car lot, but I need you to go to this specific
Call
car
out.
lot. I need you to follow my instruction.
mm-hmm.
That's the point about following instruction. When you don't follow instruction and you do it on your own, it don't work out like that.
Nope.
And then you be
And
mad because you be like, well, I thought I heard you. Oh, you heard me, but you did what you wanted. You did what you wanted. There's
and
a difference.
yep.
Right.
And the funny thing about it, and God's plans don't require contingencies.
That's it. His contingency plan is what I said earlier. He said, I came that you might have life and have it more abundantly. That's the contingency plan.
Yep.
That's what he said. So if you do what he said, that's what you go have.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't do what he said, that's not what you go have.
Nope. You're gonna have something blow up in your face. That's what's gonna happen.
You can't expect to live your life to the full if you're not following instruction.
You have to be really careful with that. The word clearly says that there's a way that seems right.
Right.
It looks like it's the right thing, but you got to hear God and know what is the right thing.
Right. Come on, coach.
Look just like what it's supposed to look like. It may taste like it's what it's supposed to taste like. Have all the elements, but missing God, and that's what makes
it.
Hey,
that's it. And that's what the whole thing of tonight's thing is what's in your heart, right? I started out with coming from. Hold on, let me go back because you coming on. So we started out talking about Proverbs 15:7, where he talked about the lips of the wise spread knowledge, but the hearts of fools are not upright. Okay, so that was our first scripture. Then we went to Luke 6:45, where it says Jesus tells us how we can judge a person's character. And he says, no good tree bears bad fruit, nor does a bad tree bear good fruit. Each tree is recognized by its own fruit.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says, people do not pick figs from a thorn bush or grapes from briars. He said, if you want to know what kind of tree or plant you have, all you have to do is look at this fruit.
Check the fruit. That's right.
That's what he said. Check the fruit. So, when you become what we call, you become a fruit inspector, right? It don't mean that you judging people, but you got to be realistic. If what you see
is what
it ain't right, if it ain't fruitful, then what am I sowing into? What am I sowing into? I'm wasting time, and I'm sure wasting finances.
Exactly.
Okay. Now I ain't gonna lie. I was always taught. Some people say it's wrong that you don't sow in the unfertile ground. I was taught. I've always been taught that since coming up in the church that you don't sow into anything that ain't fertile.
Good ground. But see, how can it be wrong? Because the word of God says sow into good ground. Right. So if it's not fertile, it's not good ground. So what makes that wrong?
Right, but you got some people that say that's wrong. Because they're like, well, if you pay, I was like, first of all, if I'm paying my tithes into something that ain't growing and they ain't using the tithes to help nobody, then it's still wrong. Because the tithes are supposed to go to help the people that's in need.
But let's go back to the last thing that you talked about, and I'm sorry for cutting you off, but
go ahead.
The bottom line is this, and I listen, in everything that we do, if we hear and obey God, even in our giving, because see, people will try to manipulate you, use witchcraft and all types of things to get you to give. And if all that, then it's not good ground to begin with.
Right.
But they will do that, but it's not good ground. So now you're not going to get a return on that seed because your harvest is only fruitful if you sow it into good ground. Right. If you're throwing it into ground that's not going to produce, where's your harvest going to come from?
Right.
Return on investment.
Right.
Yep. Right. So look at that. And I was telling, I don't know if I ever told you this story, Coco, but I was at a church and I had no clue what was going on. I have paid my tithes since I got my first allowance. $10, I paid my dollar every time I got.
Oh, she froze on us.
Did she freeze?
Yeah, she froze on my side because you don't hear her, right? Okay.
There she go.
Back?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I got new internet stuff. I just got to put it up. But and I've had it for like 2 months. I'm just lazy. Pray for me.
We got you, Coach. We got you.
But, I was at this church, and you had prophesied to me. So this was a year ago. I
Mm-hmm.
looked at listened to that prophecy again the other day. I told you, and it was July 28th.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked to me about sowing my seed. I don't know if
Mm-hmm.
you remember that. You
I
told me
do.
that God told me to stop sowing my seed in bad ground. And
Uh-huh.
if I told you at that time, the church that I was at, I was sowing seed, and then I just got to the place where I felt like I couldn't. Like it was a stop there, like a yield, and I could not move past it.
Uh-huh.
Talking to BB, I said, I don't know what's wrong with me. I have paid my tithe since I was a teenager and started getting allowance. If I braided somebody's hair, I paid a tithe off of it. If I babysat, I paid tithes off of it. Why can't I pay my tithes now? And that
Right.
church closed within probably less than a month.
Wow.
So why am I still sowing to a place that's not fruitful? Because it's dead.
Right.
So like we really like the bottom line in everything that we do is to hear and obey God and know what his word says, and don't lean to our own understanding, but acknowledge his word
Yeah.
and allow his word to teach us and to lead the Holy Spirit to lead and guide us in all areas of our lives. See, we miss it because we want to give him one part of our life, but we don't want to give him all of it. We got to
Right.
give everything, including our finances. When you look at your checkbook, you're a single parent, and all of your checks got the church name on it. There's something wrong with that.
That part.
I'm sorry. And I did, and I'm talking from experience. It was me. When the church closed that, and this is the second time church closed. And that church closed, and I looked at my checkbook and I'm like, 5 checks, light bill, 2 checks, maybe a water bill. I mean, my checkbook was loaded. And that's not the intention. And then this is the other thing though. The other thing is this, and it's sad, but the church is supposed to be the welfare system.
Yeah.
And if you go to a church, you're not a member, or you're a member and you haven't paid your tithes and you're in need, they're not gonna help you. And
Right.
not all churches, but a lot of them will not help you. And that's what the church was for.
Right.
You know, there was no FIA or whatever they calling it now. There was none of that back in biblical days. When a
Right.
person was hungry, that church is the one that was responsible for making sure that they ate. Widows, taking care of the widows and the motherless and the fatherless, children. So at the end of the day, when we know we're doing good ground when we see some products or some productivity coming from our seed. Are you doing some outreach? Do you have a food program? What are you doing to help the community?
Right.
Because really, it ain't just about helping the people that come in the building. It's about helping the people in the community that your church is in.
Right.
So
Right. And it's a lot. I mean, we were just talking about being spiritually dead versus a spiritual physical death before you came on.
mm,
Right. Um, and we was explaining how some people think Simone had said, well, some people are more afraid of the physical death than they are spiritual death. And I said, well, they got it twisted because the spiritual death is worse than the physical. If your soul ain't right and you don't even know where your soul is headed, baby, that's worse than your body decaying, whatever. That's nothing
what does it
compared to that.
the whole world and lose its soul?
Right. There's nothing compared to that. And I was like, it's just like if you was to die today, the physical man gone, but if you don't know where your soul going, baby, mm-mm,
Listen,
mm-mm,
I,
mm-mm.
I just got off the phone with it. Just really, it kind of pricked my heart because we have to be really cognizant of the call. We are
Yeah,
once we accept Jesus as our Lord and Savior, and we give God our give the preacher our hand, as they say, and God our heart, we are responsible for all those people that are in our reach. And so the very first people is our own family. And if we are around here saving the world and our own family dying to go into hell, there's something wrong with that. We have to be real cognizant about reaching out to those who are in our very near circle. You know, this says what's in your heart. What's in your heart should be the love of people, all people, regardless to their race, their color, their creed, their sexuality, what they, what they feel, what they're doing. We got to love all people because God loves all people. He don't hate people. It's a sin that God hates. So we have to love the people like God loved the people. So
Right.
yeah, and that's a big thing. We don't love people like God love people, and that's
No,
it. And if we say we love God but can't love the people that's in our very face, the Bible said we are lying. The truth ain't in us. I ain't say it. It's the word of God. So bottom line is we have to love. That's what should be in our heart. And then we have to hear and obey God. And if we love and that love is exhibited to people around us, they'll look at us and see God. I don't want people to look at me and see me.
that's
I
it.
look at me and see him.
That's
Or if
it.
there's anything in me, purge me with hyssop. Wash me, make me pure. Because I want people to see you, not me.
That's it. Because
That is true.
my whole thing is, if you always look at me and see me, then I'm not doing it. I'm not doing something right.
Mm-hmm.
Am I walking the way I'm supposed to be walking if that's all you see is me? Right? And that's not how you want it to be. Like when people saw Jesus, they knew his name was Jesus, but when they saw him, that's not what they saw.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? They called him what? The Messiah.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause that's what they saw him as. Like that. I know they call you Jesus, but that ain't what I see.
Mm-hmm.
You the one they prophesied about. That's who I see
Mm-hmm.
walking around on 2 feet in front of me.
Right.
I mean, even John was like, when he was out there baptizing people, he was like, "I'm not worthy of the shoes that I'm." You,
To unlatch your
if
shoe.
you want me to baptize you, it should be you baptizing me. And he was like, "No, I need you to baptize me." And as soon as he did it, there go the dove,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody got an opportunity to see it. It's just how things took place. And it's so much of him. I mean, it even goes back to what we talked about the last time you was on the show, Coach, when we talked about the woman with the issue of blood.
Oh my God, yes.
When we talked about when all she heard is that he was on the way. He was in the crowd. She crawled through the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
And all she did was touch the hem to get to him. That's it.
That's right. Absolutely. You're gonna preach that one day or write it.
Yes, yes, I am. That's I mean, I'm telling you, man, that right there, that's all she did. And I'm telling you, but it's just the fact of, if you stop and you think about her story and what it meant if she touched people, if she was out about and around people because of her condition.
She
She
risked
was considered to be unclean.
yeah, she risked her life to get life.
Yes,
But that's what we gotta do too.
that's it.
We gotta risk our life to get life because the natural life is not the life that we should be seeking. It should be the spiritual life.
Right, right. And that's not what we seeking. We seeking after this materialistic crap that we can't take nowhere when we go.
That's right.
All we can do is pass it down.
That's right.
And half of the time when you pass it down, they don't keep it anyway.
They abuse it. I was just thinking that when you said that. So I mean, we can leave legacy all day, but I want the legacy of me is that, like Paul, the
Right,
area of all time. I want that type of thing. Like that I sacrificed and that people saw God in me. I remember one time, and I didn't know that you could see it, but this was like what I said when I was in the traditional Baptist church, and they didn't teach us this type of stuff. Like I had to go to school and go seek out this. I had a yearning to know God more, and what I was getting was not enough. What was burning on the inside of me.
right,
I remember one day I had went to church, left my church, went to another church, left that church, went to another church. Like we were in church all day. Young people. We would
right,
jump in our choir director's car, and we would go to the holiness church at night when the Baptist church was closed. And so one day I went to work, and when I walked in, and one of the girls was like, "What's going on with you? It's a light radiating from you." I, you know, that we are supposed to be the light.
Right.
That's what I want people to see is that light.
Right.
And so I die like die daily, die every second, always before God, seeking him to make sure that what is in my heart is pure.
That's it.
A
That's true.
pure heart and clean hands. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
it. Yeah, that's the whole point, Coach. The
Yes.
whole point of what we were talking about today. I kept saying, I said, what's in here? Eventually gonna come out of this right here.
Oh yeah.
You
For sure.
understand? I don't care what you say, how you really feel, eventually gonna come out your face.
Mhm.
Yep. And I think the one thing that to kind of speak back on what what Coach was saying is that, you always want people to see the God in you or see the light in you. Now there's kind of sort of I won't say kind of sort of, there's a grim reality in that. And the only reason I say grim reality because unfortunately the world we live in is like based upon incorrect connotations of what a Christian should be, because
Mhm.
it's based upon all the other things that's been thrust in front of us.
Right.
Like, well, this is what a Christian is. This was hold on, wait a minute. Whatever happened to what what the good books say a Christian should be?
Right.
Nah, it ain't about
It ain't about
this
man.
televangelism stuff like that. It ain't about.
Yeah,
And
that's
like I said,
man's
unfortunately,
view.
that's the connotation that some people look at that as, and it's a negative connotation. And I think, and it really goes back to what you said, Coach Felicia, because the more we shine our light, the more people will look at that and not see that as a negative connotation, because now they see what's the good in us and the light in us, and now they see that as, now they can reverse their mind, their thinking and their mindset. We unfortunately, and again, this is I'll say this because I know you guys will say it, but also, and I'll back you, and I most definitely will back you guys up on it too. It's based upon false teaching,
Yeah.
and
I was just gonna say, just spit it
Yeah. Right.
it's
But we say it all the
all
time.
yeah.
We said it
Those
earlier, Fred, that you
are-
gotta be sometimes you gotta be untaught what you've been taught.
it's a learning
unlearn.
and it absolutely has to be unlearned. Anything that you learn,
Yeah.
and we talk about this often in our accountability group. Okay,
Yeah.
and so I had a conversation with a pastor, and he was saying, well, the word of God has been tampered with, and this, that, and the other. And I told him, I said, listen, I don't care about none of that. I don't care about y'all. Them saying that the white man changed the Bible to hold us enslaved. I don't care about none of that. What I do is I believe God. At the end of the day, yes, I subscribe to the Bible. I believe God, and I believe that when I read his word, because I have the Holy Spirit in me, that he's going to reveal to me his original intent of his word.
Mm-hmm.
And that I'm walking in what he said. Listen, I was a kid experiencing this stuff. I'm not crazy. I thought
Right.
I was then, but I know now that I'm not. I'm not
Right.
crazy. God will speak to you if you're listening.
Right.
And he will lead you and he will guide you if you're.
Right.
And some of the things that he has shown me, I'm like, God, for real? Like, wow, like you said, favor ain't fair. I'm like, oh my God, seriously?
Right.
The things that
Right.
my brain injury that they told me I would never be able to
That's it.
open up a whole organization and got a 501c3 in 10 days with a brain injury. Come on, listen, I just believe God, period. And
Right.
I don't care about and God forgive me, but I mean, it is what it is. These man-made rules, this theology, all this other stuff, is most of it is not scripturally sound. And the
Right.
problem is I have seen people excited with the zeal of God go to seminary and turn away from God.
That's it.
So the bottom line, when the word of God says we have to study to show ourselves approved, we better know for ourselves.
That's
And
right.
always be ready to give an answer for ourselves.
Now I went to
It's
seminary.
in our
I
power,
didn't
even the very elect.
look. I went to seminary. I didn't turn away. I went to seminary to learn, but I'm mad I had to spend $100,000 to do it. You understand? Okay.
That part.
What I could have done is just bought the correct books and got the knowledge out of it.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Like later on down the line. But I'm just saying.
Mhm.
So I'm just saying. But I'm grateful for what I did learn because I learned a lot of what was not right, like I said earlier, and a lot of what is
Mm-hmm.
by doing so. So I'm not mad at what I learned. I got great knowledge from it. But like we said earlier before you came on, Coach, is that the Lord will use some of the weirdest things the foolish things to confound the wise. That's what he say. And all of these because we talked about how he dealt with Moses and the burning bush.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We talked about how he dealt with the three Hebrew boys in the fire furnace.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they threw Daniel in the lion's den, and he's sleeping on top of the lions, and they chilling, having a conversation. Okay, I mean this type of stuff that you look at that you like, hold on, wait a minute. He told to walk around the walls of Jericho, and then they were gonna come falling down. I just need you to walk 7 times, do what I said.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So all of the stuff that he would tell somebody else that might sound foolish to everybody else, he told you to go do. But if you do what he said and follow the instruction, it's
Exactly.
gonna work out in your favor.
Mm-hmm.
It's about following the instruction.
Mm-hmm.
That the whole rule
Oh,
of I just need you to follow
be obedient.
instruction.
That's right.
Yep. And,
And,
then
the problem with us is we don't like to follow the instruction to the T because we want to take out parts. We want to
add
do this
parts,
part today, not do this part tomorrow. And we want to take away, and add. That's not what he said. I need you to
impatient.
follow the instruction the exact way I gave it. That's just like if Coach was to pick up the phone and say, Fred, the Lord told me to tell you, I need you to dot, 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 and dot. She just gave you 7 bullet points. I need you to go with them bullet points in order and watch what he do for you. If you miss one bullet point, you can call it done.
It's over. It's over.
Because you didn't follow the instruction.
And you
Yep.
know what's funny about that? While you're talking, I'm seeing like you buy something, you go buy something, maybe a bicycle or something, and
Right.
listen, you take the instructions. As soon as you open the box, what you do with the instructions? Throw it aside and try to figure it out. No,
Right.
no. You got the instructions.
Got the instructions.
Use them.
Obey what you got. Follow what you got, and you don't have to work. There's a way that seems right.
Right. You got the instructions, but you won't use them. That's what we were talking about earlier. I said we make this thing called living right hard.
We do.
Yep.
We make it hard. And then
And
we went through certain scriptures, and I say this: the people got the scriptures wrong.
Mm-hmm.
They got them wrong. You sit here and there's certain scriptures that people love to use all the time. One, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. But baby, you the weapon that already formed.
Mm-hmm.
so
Because you
you
don't
ain't prospering.
know how to stop speaking against yourself.
So you ain't prospering.
Absolutely.
Right. Then Simone brought up another good one. I want you to prosper and be in good health as your soul prosper. But the problem with that scripture is people think about it as prosperity,
Mm-hmm.
financial prosperity. That is not what that scripture means.
Negative Ghost Rider.
That is not what that means. And the same one that I said about what he said, I come that you might have life and have more. That ain't got nothing to do with your finances.
Exactly.
Well, they're making everything about money now.
Right.
Everything about money, and that is not God at all. Period. As the kids say, period, point blank. That is
Right.
not. I had someone to say that the scripture, your gift will make room for you and take you before.
Right.
You know that's money. Yeah.
Right.
No, it ain't.
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, you it is. Everything is money for you.
Right.
No, man.
And it's not.
Your gift, your money. Everybody
No,
don't
man.
have money.
No.
So now what happens to the people that don't have money? God is no respecter of persons.
Right.
We all wake up with the same 24 hours to be able to do something and be productive if we hear and obey. Our instructions may not be the same. Our methods may not be the same.
Right.
Our God is the same, and he's going to lead us all in the direction that we should be going. That right road.
Right.
Yep.
Right road, not that left road or that road.
Right. We just talked about that too. Right.
Oh yeah, we did.
I tell you, every time Somebody come back on to confirm what we already talked about. We
Exactly.
talked about that too.
And
We
that
were
that
talking about
road,
the road
that road
being
don't require
straight
a
and
shortcut,
taking
man.
those detours. I
Yeah.
was like, no. I was like, if you see a detour sign, it don't mean you're supposed to take it. It's a distraction.
Right.
Keep going straight. Because unless he tells you to take the
So
detour,
yeah.
you don't take it.
But I said distractions, that's what happened to the children of Israel. They took their eyes off of God when they were in
Right.
the wilderness. So they started getting distracted by all the stuff that they saw and mumbled
Right.
complaining. And guess where they ended up at? Not making it to the promised land. Now
Right.
Yep.
what you want,
Right.
you
Some
better
and
look at
every time I think about that story, Coach, oh my God, I get a headache from it. I be like, wait a minute. Something that should have took 7 to 11 days took y'all 40 whole for what?
come on now.
Something
That's
that
Telling you.
really should
like
have took
trying to go
you.
to the corner store. Oh my God. Come on.
I
Jeez.
was just like, what? Something that should have took you 7 to 11 days took you 40 years.
And
Where did you go?
all you gotta do is obey and follow. I done let you through the Red Sea,
Right.
our land, and you watch Pharaoh's men swamp with the water.
Right.
You going across on dry land and you still complaining?
Dad.
I'm feeding you with manna. I've got daylight and I'm giving you everything you need and you still complaining. You ain't working
Complaining.
for this.
Telling you
Walk it,
tired of manna.
just walk it out. Just walk it.
Right.
We can't even walk it out when he give us everything we need.
That's it. Telling you tired of manna. Well, you better be glad you eating. You shut your face. What you talking about?
When I was in the waiting room, I was whatever I got. And if I didn't,
Look,
I understood it was time. The assignment was to fast.
come on.
Some things come but by fasting and praying. They should have been
Come on now.
fasting when they didn't understand. Fast and pray.
I'm telling you.
Come
Yeah,
on.
I
And
mean,
that's funny you mentioned that because you've been, and it's like some of us sometimes we've been supplied everything. However, we gonna sit there and we complain about it. What you complaining about? You got everything you want and need. So what's the problem?
Yeah.
Why are you sitting
because
here acting like acting a fool?
it goes back to what we was talking about again, Fred. Your desire. Your desire is just that, a desire.
It could
It's
be
not a need, and it probably ain't a part of his will.
nope.
Okay, it's just that, a desire. And again, your desires change as you change.
Yep.
Well, the prodigal son desired some things too, but you see where he ended up in the pig.
That's it. That's it.
Oh, he
Yep.
got it.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that people really don't understand that your desires change as you change.
Mm-hmm.
When you change, your desires don't stay the same. You get
Nope.
older, your desires change. Like what you desire when, like I told Fred, what I desired when I was 20, I don't desire in my 40s.
Nope. Not at all.
I'm
And then and on
no.
top of that, as you get older, your desires become more what you want and what you desire becomes so much more simplistic.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Right. Man,
Right.
like my desire now, Lord, just let me see tomorrow. Thank you. Bless you.
That's not
That's
told
my
you.
desire.
I do this still now today. My accident been 4 years now, and every time I open my eyes, I'm like, "Thank you, Jesus. I'm alive."
That's it. My
Come
desire.
on.
Just let me see tomorrow. Thank
I
you.
think about
Bless
it
you.
some time ago. I mean, don't get me wrong. I always been grateful and thankful to be alive. But when you like this close to death, when I had COVID and didn't know, couldn't turn over, and woke up and was like, "Oh, I'm still here."
Yes.
Lord, I thank you.
Mm.
Oh, now listen, we got to be grateful.
The most simplest thing, wait, opening your eyes. That's it. I mean, that for
I'm
me,
telling
that
you,
is
the stuff that
man.
people, I'm
Look,
telling you, it's the stuff that people take for granted. Okay? When you don't have the activity of your limbs,
Hello.
baby, you don't want to know what it's like when you can't use them.
exactly.
Take it from somebody that was immobile for 10 years. You don't want to know what it's like when you can't get up and move. And somebody got
Exactly.
to do everything for you. You
Listen,
don't want to
Exactly.
know what that's like. You
I had
don't want to know what it's like to have to scoot yourself everywhere, get somewhere, scoot yourself and swing yourself around to try to do this. Everything got to be done from a seated position
mm,
because you can't stand up to do it.
Gotta lay on your side like
Right. You
that.
don't want to know what that's like.
Mm-hmm.
But when people take your everyday of getting up and being able to just walk from your bed to the next room for granted, baby, I'm telling you, it's the little stuff that folks take for granted that get me.
Mm-hmm.
Like we can talk. I know people that had strokes that can't talk no more. I had 3 strokes back to back, and I thank God I can move my mouth, talk, and everything else.
Exactly.
But I
The
know
simple
people
is it.
that had strokes that can't do that.
I do too.
The simple.
I,
The
I know
simple
people
thing.
that have strokes that gotta drag their limbs. I
Mm-hmm.
thank God that that's not my case.
Contracted.
You
Same
see what I'm saying?
brain injury.
Yep.
So some people get brain injuries and they really can't never do things again.
Right.
My
Right.
doctor, and I remember this. I cried like a baby. I kind of like I don't know where I was because I was so shaken and frazzled from how the accident happened. And so I go. They sent me home from the hospital, 24-hour care for a month. All type of people coming in the house and things of that nature. I couldn't be by myself, and the doctor was like, "You're never going to be able to be a nurse again. You're never going to be able to walk again. You're never going to like you're never going to be able to not walk. Like the pain I have in my back. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I don't use my walkers and cane no more.
Never tell me never.
But I cried. I said, Doc, so when can I go back? Oh, you're never going to be able to be a nurse.
Ooh.
Never go. I'm like, oh, like when they told me in the emergency room, the reason why you having all these problems, you have COPD. That's I said, I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. Doctor
Right.
like the doctor was like,
Right.
he said, ma'am, you have COPD. I said, no, I do not. I'm not claiming that. I'm not accepting that. I reject that. And I was like, oh, I went. That doctor looked at me, oh, why? Now that was probably in 2016. I caught COVID in the last week of December, and I've been sick back and forth with the COVID. They told me I had haulers, and it'll be 9 months. Well, it's been 6.
Right.
I have occasional problems, but it ain't what they said it was gonna be. Why?
Right.
Because I believe God. Period.
Right.
And whose report am I gonna believe? I'm gonna believe the report of the Lord.
That's it. That's it.
And his
Yep.
I'm
report's
telling you.
already healed by the stripes of Jesus.
That's it. Look.
All the stripes and the wounding and the beating and all that stuff and down the cross for his word to be a lie.
Look, come on here, ma'am. Look, people don't understand. Yeah, I mean, y'all have been with me now for a while, but and kind of been through me with parts of my health journey. And at the end of the day, man, when the doctors told me that I won't go walk no more, I said, okay, I'm gonna show you better than I can take it than what I told you. I said, I'm gonna show you better because it ain't gonna always be like this. I refuse that. It ain't gonna always be like this.
Yep.
And when I started, my sister my sister cried like I was having a newborn baby when she saw me start walking on 2 feet with a walker in 2017. I told her, I said, "Can you take me for a walk?" She looked at me. What did you just say? Can you take me for a walk? We got out. I took my slow stroll down her steps to get in the car. I got out the car. We got to the park, and I did a half a mile walk for the first time in 10 years
Mm-hmm.
That's what's
around the
up.
park. When she saw me do that, she just boo-hoo cried. I'm telling you, you would have thought I was in the hospital pushing down the baby so well. That's how she would cry. And she
Exactly.
was like, but you don't understand. And every time you just don't understand. And when people don't understand. And people probably will never get it. But at the end of the day, honey, I have seen him do stuff that people won't get. I've seen him give me stitches on the inside that was not made by a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I've seen him put stuff back together that he did that I know the doctor didn't do because the doctor told me I did not do that. I did not give you that stitch.
Mm-hmm.
When I left you, that place was still open. I was supposed to come back and put you back under to stitch it. And when they came back, it was already stitched.
See, God knew the time, and the doctors.
Right.
That's
And when they came back, it was already stitched.
yeah.
It's certain stuff that I have watched him perform in my life and people around me.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't just not just mine. people around me because I knew who he is and what he capable of.
Yeah.
When my husband went DK and he on my floor by himself, and I was in the hospital at the time, and my sister found him on the floor. When they told me what was going on, I said, "Okay, y'all get him to the hospital. That's all I need you to do. Just get him to the hospital for me." They called, got him to the hospital, and they told me, well, we had to bag him and incubate him before we got him there. So he coded. Okay, I just need you to get him to the hospital. Can you follow the instructions?
Mm,
Please.
Please and
mm.
thank you.
When they got him to the hospital, they called the chaplain to talk to me. I said, y'all only call the chaplain for one or two reasons. Okay? And y'all calling the chaplain for the wrong reason because my husband ain't
Exactly.
about to die. So you might as well go back to your office. Thank you. I appreciate you. If you ain't coming to pray him to keep him alive, go back to your room.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what I told her. She said, well, I just want you to be realistic. I need you to be realistic too. I know the
Oh,
God I serve and what he
I
capable of. Huh?
get up out the hospital, chaplain.
That's what I said. She said, well, I need you to be realistic. I said, I need you to be realistic too. I know the God I serve and what he capable of. How about that? So I said, can you take me to a room where me and the people that's right here around me right now can go pray? She said, yeah, sure. Follow me. We went in the room privately. Honey, we prayed that room down. By the time we come out the room, well, he's in ICU. We can't let you see him due to the COVID. That's fine. Okay, I still ain't going nowhere. Until you can tell me that his vital signs is right, I'm not leaving this building. Do you understand? Well, security can show up if they want to. I bet you I won't leave this hospital, and I bet you they won't escort me nowhere. I was in that hospital until the wee hours of the night. I can promise you that. Nobody asked me to go nowhere. When I left and finally went home, they called me every day and they gave me all of the updates and they told me, they said, man, well, we need you to be realistic. Normally, when people go in comas the way he in a coma now, my husband's sugar level was over 1,300.
Yeah.
Okay. They say normally people don't come back from this. So we just want you to be realistic. I said, I'm tired of y'all saying that to me. I want you to be realistic. I'm telling you, y'all telling me to be realistic. My husband gonna wake up in 4 days. I can guarantee you that. And the doctor told me, okay, and laughed at me, okay, and got off the phone with me. Tell me why my husband woke up on day 4, just like I said he was. I said, like I told you, I know the God I serve. I asked the Lord to do something for me in 7 days. He did it in 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just
I
don't
said
know.
now. I said now, like I told you, don't be pulling no wolves now. Because I'm gonna tell you what he capable of, and he can show you better than I can.
Exactly.
Okay, when they wanted to cut his feet off while he was still in there, because his feet had turned black, I said, you better leave him with all his toes and feet when he come home. His feet will return to the normal color. They did just that, just like I said they would.
Mm-hmm.
And the
Wow.
doctor said, well, his A1C is going to remain blah, 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 blah. I said, baby, when he come back to you for his 3-month check, he will no longer be a diabetic and you go take him off all his medication. He did just that. Everything that I said that was going to is exactly what took place. She said, I don't know what you've been doing. We've been doing Jesus. You should try him.
Well,
That's
faith is
what I told her.
it's the faith thing, though. You know, faith
Right,
is substance. Faith is like putting your gas in your car. If you don't have
right.
faith, you
Yep.
ain't going nowhere. You got to have faith. And if we don't, I was teaching a class, and when I taught that class, I said, I'm teaching this class on faith because we don't need to teach you nothing else if you don't have faith. You got to have faith to activate everything else in this.
That's it.
That's it.
You have
That's
to.
it.
You can't activate your faith without having faith. I don't
Right.
mustard seed. Little faith, you can get some stuff going.
Yes, you
Your
can.
faith will increase as you see things come to fruition.
That's it.
And it's sad that some of us have to see, because
That's
Jesus
it.
told Thomas, "Blessed are those who have not seen and have believed."
That's what it said.
But that's okay. Oh, ye a little faith. I take the little faith if I don't have none.
That's it.
So if all you got is little faith, work that until it increases. Work that. If you can move a mountain with little faith, a mountain, come on, think about all the other things that you can do with little faith. Mustard seed faith, guys, can move mountains.
Yes.
What is your mountain?
That's it.
Mountain.
That's
Because
it.
mountain is just something that's so big that you can't handle it by yourself. You can
Right.
listen. What's the song say? Don't move the mountain, give me strength to climb it.
Yep.
You can handle that mountain with that mustard seed faith, but you got to have real faith.
Right.
See those people that say you believe, but you don't really believe. Thomas was clear. I'm not
Right.
believe till I see the
You
nail.
see, and I can stick my fingers in the hole. That's what he said.
He said, I want to stick my fingers and see.
That's
Yeah,
what he
go ahead.
said.
You stick your fingers, but now you just lost something because you didn't believe.
That's it. And that's the biggest issue that we have. Your belief system is off. It,
2016 said I had COPD. I done had COPD, let them tell it. Asthma, bronchitis. I get to the lung specialist after COVID, and the lung specialist say, there's no damage to your lungs.
right.
Will recover fine. And I don't know where they get the COPD from. I don't see it. And my doctor told me, she said, I'm sending you to the top lung specialist. And he didn't see nothing. He didn't even, and this was the funny thing. My first x-ray that he saw when I first got diagnosed with COVID, my left lung was completely covered with pneumonia. And my right lung was partially covered with COVID. And when I went back the second time, he didn't see nothing.
Nothing.
That's the kind of God we serve.
Right. And see, I was like that. I was like that when I came home after having my surgeries. When I came home with all them IVs, I came home with double pneumonia.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
And I, instead of taking the medicine that they gave, I went and I got a natural herb called mullein, and that's what I took.
Mm-hmm.
And when I tell you it opened my lungs up like somebody gave me a strong menthol kick, that's what it did, and my pneumonia was gone in 3 days.
You told me about that. Hallelujah.
And when I tell you that stuff worked, that's why I've been telling everybody that's been telling me they got breathing problems, even with your children. It's natural, so your babies can use it.
Mm-hmm.
When I tell you it works, it works. I've had so many people call me and thank me, especially if they were dealing with like the after effects of COVID. They was like, I still have issues breathing something. Go get the stuff. They was like, oh, honey, that stuff worked. I said it may not taste good, but it worked.
Mm-hmm.
You
Is it?
know,
Well, usually
because
what
you
don't
can get
taste
it in
good
a
is good
liquid
for us
form.
anyway.
You can get it in a liquid form. You can get it in a tea form where you can boil it and drink it, or you can get it in capsules.
Okay.
And I drunk mine. I had the liquid form and I had the tea bag.
I'm gonna tell you, when I had that COVID out, that oil of oregano is some of the nastiest stuff you can ever take. And I'm like, oh, I can't do this. But I got capsules and I was popping those babies because that's a natural antibiotic.
Yes,
So yeah, we got to learn how to use more holistic things too, because
natural stuff works.
when it comes to healthcare, that's money for them.
Yeah,
And as a registered nurse, I mean, I loved healthcare until I became a patient, and I found out they really don't want us to get well.
right. And you got doctors not wanting to be doctors no more because they don't want to give you the medication that's out there
Mm,
anymore.
mm-mm.
They want you to use the natural stuff
Hmm.
to get better because they're like this stuff that I'm giving you is harming you.
Yep.
I had a doctor that worked in up there where my doctors are now at Duke that say I'm leaving the practice. And when he told me he was leaving the practice, I was like, hold on, wait a minute, why? And when he explained why, I was like, well, hold on, if you leave, who am I gonna see? I'm gonna leave you in good hands, trust me. And I was just like, wow. When he explained that to me, I was just like, he was like, yeah, because this stuff, no. Mm-mm.
Well, if
He
you,
said this stuff
I,
is killing people.
most people do have those side effects. You just got to learn. We got to learn to be good stewards over our bodies and
Yeah,
use what God, again, back to what God has given us, natural things. He
natural
given
stuff.
us giving us all of that. And he gave them the wisdom to create it, but then here comes the money thing again. The
Yeah.
filthy you know, they gotta make money off of it, and they don't care who it harms.
Yeah.
Right. All you got, and that's why I'm telling people a lot of this stuff, if you look it up, you can buy it and plant it and harvest it yourself.
You can.
Because I'm telling you, it's gonna come a time where you're gonna wish that you would have started a garden.
Absolutely.
Because it's that time is coming. If you can see what's happening with the supply and demand right now, if you're not paying attention and looking at what's going on, no, you need to start doing your own herbs, your own veggies, all of that stuff.
And
All you gotta do is build you a little planter box
yeah,
and
go
make
back
it.
to that. Go back to what my grandparents they canned, you
Yeah,
know, foods, and it's just the same thing as our canned foods, except for it don't have all those preservatives and things in it
yeah,
that last long. But it lasts long because they do it naturally. They don't put all those fillers and things in it that can kill you, the red dyes and the things of
right.
that. So yeah, we need to get back to what was originally done. Our people
Yeah.
survived because of the things that they did naturally.
I grew up on it. I got all my mama's recipes. My mama used to can everything: peaches, pears, apples, the whole nine.
Worked every
I
summer.
mean, yeah, I mean, she used the cucumbers. She used to can them all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she used to even make homemade a certain type of homemade wine that she used to give us when we were sick.
Mm-hmm.
Honey, you talking about that stuff knocking something out?
Ooh.
All we had to do, she would heat it up and put it in the cup, baby. You can best believe whatever we had was gone in a couple days.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly how it was. That them old school remedies. I can remember before we had this Vicks vapor rub. My mama used to get this stuff
Staff.
some fat back,
Mm-hmm.
some onions, some garlic. She used to put it in a pan, honey, let it cook down. And when it started getting cold, she would rub it on you while it was still piping hot out the pan.
Ooh.
Okay? But you talking about something that would open you up like Vicks Vapor Rub do, and it's natural.
Mm-hmm.
That's all she would do. I mean, honey, we would look like greased chickens, but we would feel better. You know what I'm telling you now. You talk about somebody being sick with a cold, she would cut an onion and put it in a sock, tape it to your foot. That onion the next day will be black as all could get out because it just removed all the impurities out your body.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Man.
trying to tell you this old back in the day stuff. People don't do it no more.
Right, but it goes back to what you're saying, because now what's in your heart is pride.
Yeah,
And you got so much pride that you don't want to listen to what nobody got to say. You
nobody got to say.
together. So I mean, you gotta learn to listen to and know when you're hearing from God, because I understand there's false prophets and things out here, but you got to try the spirit by the spirit and know that it is of God. And once you do that, then you can hear, okay, try this remedy and try that remedy
Right,
for the COVID. I'm not saying, you know, one thing, God gave us all the right to choose. Free moral agents. We choose,
right,
deal with the consequences of our choices. And so
right,
today, if for one person it might be this remedy, for somebody else it may be something else. But that's why hearing God and
right,
obeying instructions, following the blueprint, however we want to label it, is
right,
and we can't have so much pride in our hearts that when somebody gives us these remedies, because I mean, we're not off topic, we still on topic, because
right,
if you got too much pride, that somebody tell you don't do this, don't eat that, because that's what's causing you to be sick. No more milk products, no more,
right,
whatever they tell you don't want to receive it because your heart, you got pride, or
right,
and you don't want to receive from nobody. You think you got it all together already. No, we can't do that. Uh,
right,
the Bible talks about this, and we've talked about this in depth as well in our group, that two is better than one.
right. And you think
And
about it. I mean, it's a lot of stuff
the
that
difference
like
in the
uh
time being single, then when I was married, I had my husband to keep warm. I listen. The Bible talks about the if it's two of you in the bed, you can keep the other person warm. There's a difference.
right.
I got the heated mattress pad now. Don't try. I'm just saying, real analogy, like you don't want to do this by yourself, and you shouldn't have to. That's what
Right.
the Bible says, forsake not the assembling yourself together. You can't have so much pride that you don't even want to ask for help. That was me. I'll be
That's
honest.
bad.
At my accident, I was like, I'm independent. I've been doing this by myself. I couldn't. I couldn't. So don't have
That's
pride in your heart that you can't help. Ask for help. You hear all those remedies Coco just said? The different things has been like, she got some answers to some of the questions that you have. You may have an answer to a question that we have, but
right.
not together because it's pride in our heart. Then
Right.
what?
You know how often now I've heard somebody younger than me that has a child say, I wish that some of the older people were still alive so I could hear them give me remedies for this about how to do this with babies. And I'd be like, well, if you would have listened to certain people, you get the remedy. But because you don't want to listen to certain people, you don't want to hear what they got to say.
Yeah.
Like I said, they used to tell us everything. How to get rid of the colic in your babies, there's
Hmm.
a whole bunch of stuff they
Yeah.
Oh
used
yeah.
to do that you didn't have to go to no doctor for. It was
Oh yeah.
natural.
It's
But
funny
there,
talking about this too, because this morning I was laying in the bed and I thought about that. You know, oftentimes we have the remedy, but we don't want to take it.
Hmm.
I thought about when I saw on your page the pills that you threw away.
Hmm.
And I've done that too. So sometimes God gives us the answer. He gives us the prescription. He gives us the medicine, and we don't want to take it.
Hmm. Hmm.
we
And
don't
see
want
that
to we
all
don't
all
want
of
to take
the,
that whole
all of
pill down.
that whole bag of pills I threw away is what they took me off of. I
Mm-hmm.
used to take that was like my regiment every day. I when I tell people I was like literally on a about 60 pill regiment in a day because I had to take most of my pills were 4 or 5 times a day.
Mm-hmm.
Good gosh.
And I was on at least 15, 20 different medications. So
And
imagine
how you?
times that times 4 or 5 times a day.
How many you on now?
Oh, three.
Mm. How did you get like that though? How did you go from all of that to where you at now? Look at
all of
won't
that was the Lord's doing. After I dropped a lot of weight,
you
after
follow
I
instructions?
right. I
Lord.
followed the instructions after I dropped a lot of weight, and then I listened to a lady who used to be a cancer patient that told me to do what they call raw, clean eating. I
Mm-hmm.
started listening to what she said, and that's what did it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So I mean, that's why I tell people that a lot of stuff that you do now, you don't have to do, and you don't have to sacrifice eating good to be healthy. You
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
can still eat good and be healthy
Mm-hmm.
all at the same time. But a
Also
lot of
goes
people
to
don't
listening
want
to
to do
your
that.
body
Like
too.
I'm not a straight vegan, so I eat meat and the protein from I'm protein and veggies. I
Mm-hmm.
don't take in a lot of carbs anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But most people, a lot of people that have had the same surgeries I have had, they have went strictly vegan. I can't do that though because I have to have the protein.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't go strictly vegan, and that would be bad for my bones and all that too. So I can't do that. But for the ones that have, I don't knock it. But at the end of the day, um, I just I wouldn't dare try it. That's not my instruction.
See,
You know what I mean?
we
So
talked about that. Did we not say everybody?
right, yeah, that's not my instruction.
Don't
My
judge because
instruction
my instruction
following
yours.
Right. Following the instruction took me from 620 something pounds to where I am today, which is at 288 right
Look,
now. So, and I'm doing my best to try to get to 200 even right now. If I could get to that, that's my goal weight. So, yeah, yeah.
That's what's up, man. I mean, it also goes to just listening to what your body is telling you too. I mean,
Yeah, and I do that very well. When I don't feel right, y'all already know. I'll tell you quickly. Today ain't one of them days. It ain't gonna be no show. I'm on my way to the ER. Blah 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 blah. And I give you the whole rundown when I see y'all messages. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And that's what I do Like literally I haven't been up to par since like last Saturday, right? But even though I haven't been up to par, I haven't allowed it to stop me. I haven't
Right.
like been running full force, of course. I've been in the house. I haven't been going anywhere unless I had to go to the doctor. So, and then I'm preparing to have my procedure on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, I just been taking it easy because I know I got to take it easy, and I really got to take it easy for the next couple days after Monday. Um, so I just been trying to do that part to make sure that my body don't feel like it's in a stressful state before the procedure,
Mm-hmm.
because that's not good going into a medical procedure. So I
Right.
try to
Exactly.
be as stress free as possible. And then a lot of people don't understand that I do still have my port. So my PIC line is gone, but I do still have my port in my chest.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And right now my port is actually um access. So I had to give myself like an IV bag yesterday. Um and I probably have to go. I don't have any more to give myself tonight, so I'll probably have to go to the ER and get one tomorrow. But at the end of the day, it's just like, you follow the instructions and you do what they tell you to do so that you can be in proper care. Because what I look like not follow the instructions, I get there to get my medical procedure done Monday, and they admit me because I got something else going on because I didn't follow instructions.
Mm-hmm.
You know
Exactly.
what I'm saying? So you can make stuff worse when I don't like to make stuff worse. I got enough going on as it is. So
Exactly. Exactly.
no. And then, like I tell people still at the end of the day, if you have a way of being in better health and taking care of yourself, do it while you got an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Do not wait until there's something wrong with you to want to try to make something better.
That's
Exactly.
that's
If
good.
you already in good shape, stay in good shape.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And there are ways to do that. You know what I mean? I tell people that I wish I would have known what I know about health now,
Yeah.
back then, because I didn't know. A lot of things that I did not know coming into with some of my conditions growing up. If I would have known and I would have been as proactive as I am now, back then I probably could have prevented some stuff from happening, but I wasn't. That's on me because I was not as proactive as a teenager as I am now. I'm very proactive about my health now. And I tell anybody, be proactive about your health, because if you not and you go in these hospitals and you don't know, you may not come out.
For real. For
You
real.
know what I'm saying? So you gotta be careful these days, especially these days and times when you don't know what you know and you just listen to everything they say and you don't ask for a second opinion, none of that type of stuff. You don't just take the first diagnosis that you get.
Mm-mm.
You know what I'm saying? And see, that's nothing that I do. You know what I'm saying? I always be like, okay, I heard what you said, but I want you to run it again.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And when they run
Exactly.
it the second time, it don't never come back like what the first. Okay, see, like I said,
Exactly.
and
Exactly.
that's how you know. So you have to be proactive in your life as well. That's just like I said. That's just like if coach was to call you, give you instruction. If you not if you not sure about her information that she giving you, you're not gonna tell me you're not gonna Google it or call somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, most definitely gonna Google it.
Okay,
Like,
so that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, you have to be as proactive about every aspect of your life. You can't be proactive about one part and not proactive about everything.
Right.
You
exactly.
know what I'm saying? It don't add up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, your health is important because, like I said, you can't be unhealthy and trying to live a certain type of life. You can't be unhealthy in ministry.
Mm-mm.
It don't work because ministry you got to have some stamina, and I can't be fatigued all the time if I'm in ministry. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So you got to have certain aspects of your life got to be up to par to do ministry because it takes a lot out of you.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And just like with your regular health, you still got to be, if you're not healthy and you trying to have a career, if you're missing work because you always sick, you ain't gonna make no money.
Nope.
So it's the same thing. Your spiritual man and your natural man got to line up with each other.
Yep.
So if your one is off, you need to ask the other one what's going on. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? And some people find that odd when you say that, but I be for real about it. I be like, okay, if your physical man is good, but your spiritual man is off, okay, excuse me, Lord, I don't know why I'm off right now, but can you show me why or what's off about me so I can fix it?
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with your physical man. If you know that you ain't been feeling well, get up and take your tail to the doctor.
Yep.
Shouldn't
And
nobody have to tell you to go.
that's what's key. I was bad, 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 bad. Like if I going to the doctor, like it's a last resort, I'll go to the doctor in a heartbeat, but I'm not going to nobody's hospital. So
Right,
if I get to the place where I'm going to the hospital, then that's probably because I didn't go to the doctor. It goes back to what I said earlier. They give you the prescriptions, God gives you the answers, and we
that
don't use
part.
what we got. And Fred said what's really key is what Fred said is we gotta listen to our bodies. If something is going on in our bodies and it's not something that's normal that normally happens, then you gotta know it's something different.
Right,
Make an appointment before
Yep.
the place where now you bent over, you can't move, you got to call an ambulance or you got to go to the hospital and
right,
come take you because you can't even take yourself. No, when you first start having signs that something is wrong, especially pain is an indication. Pain,
right,
Exactly.
pain is an indication. There's something going on. Let me
right,
make an appointment to see what's causing this. Don't
Yep.
drag things out. Even with, like people right now with the COVID,
right.
they'll sniffle a cough. Oh, I just got sinus. You don't know that.
Nope.
Exactly.
Test
Could be
yourself.
more.
And
It's
now
not
with all these different variants, some
yeah.
of them don't even have those
Test.
symptoms.
Is it gonna hurt you to take a test? I know it is irritating a little bit for
Right,
seconds, but if it can save your life or somebody else's life, take the stupid test.
right,
Exactly. And then on
right,
top of that, like, understand what your body's limitations are, you
right.
know,
What's
because I
what's the
because I
worst
know
they're
right
gonna tell
now,
you is yes or no.
huh?
The worst they're gonna tell you is yes or no.
Exactly. And I know what my body limitations right now. I mean, I know I haven't lifted any heavy weight since I was like 40, since I was 40 years old, because I know I'm not going to be doing that anymore. Now it's just push-ups, crunches, stretching and things of that nature. Walks, because I jog, but I don't run because that's less impact on my joint, because that's less impact on my joints. So
Mm-hmm.
now I know what my body's limitations are, so I don't try to go out there and do all this extreme stuff because I know I'm not gonna be doing that for a long time.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And
But it's just like a person that they take from what we call normalcy and they place them on hospice care. Normally, when they put you on hospice care, they consider you to be terminal.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
And you got to leave up, you about to go up out of here. Most people that go on hospice care, one are not eating anymore, or they're not going to the bathroom. Something in the body ain't functioning
something's off.
anymore. Yeah, it's not functioning anymore, or they're choosing not to eat or something anymore. And when it gets like that, that's just like if coach tell me I literally haven't had an appetite for 2 weeks. I'm gonna look at her and say, "Hold on, so you've been home for 2 weeks and you ain't ate nothing and you ain't fasting? Get up and go to the doctor."
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? Like I would, if you physically know a person, I'm not gonna sit here and if she ain't told me she consecrating, ma'am, I need you to get up and go to the doctor.
You just
Yeah.
told me that the other day about something.
Right. You know what I'm saying? I need you to get up and go somewhere because that
You need to
that
get
that's not right. Who
yeah.
in their right mind just not gonna eat for 2 weeks just
Mm-hmm.
because they don't feel like don't nobody do that. You know
Nope.
what I'm saying? Unless there's something off and something wrong,
Exactly.
right? So like that's just not normal, right? So I mean, it's just like little stuff that you notice ain't right. Like when people are around me, people that know me and know me well, they're like, okay, you moving real slow. Or if they call me and I don't sound right when I talk, I don't like the way you sound.
Mm-hmm.
It's little stuff that people that know me well enough to know I don't like the way you look. It's just little stuff that be off, and they be like, "I need you to can you go to the doctor for me, please?" And I'll get
Yep.
up and I'll go to the ER because they asked me to go.
Exactly. And it goes
Right,
right back to what's in our heart, what's in your heart.
right,
Accountability and responsibility for your fellow man.
Mm-hmm.
right.
if you see something wrong with your good friend or with someone that you a brother or sister that you know in the spirit, if you know something's off and you say, hey, look, you don't look cool, you don't look right. Can I
Right.
give you a ride to the hospital or to the doctor's office, or what can I do to help you? And
Right. It's just like Coach the other day, like in our accountability group. Normally, every morning she can count on me being in the group. When she did not see me respond, she was like, "Where's she at?" And then I got a message from her. I was like, "I'm here. I seen it. I was asleep." And I was like, "I was just asleep, but I seen it." And she was like, "Okay." And so, as long as she heard from me, it made the difference. But I can guarantee
exactly.
you, if I would have went all day and I wouldn't have said nothing, it wouldn't have been. It
Oh,
wouldn't
it's
have been.
been a
It would have
whole
been
problem.
A
right,
whole problem.
right, because that's
Right
not what
there.
she's used to.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
When people get used to you being one way and knowing you one way, when you do something outside of what they consider your normacy,
Mm-hmm.
okay, I need to find out what's going on with her because that's not normal.
Quick
Yep.
call. The last time I was on the show and we hung up and she called, she say, I don't know what's going on with you. She said, but as soon as we got off the show, you popped in my spirit. I had to call you. What's wrong? It's 12 o'clock at night. We on the phone talking. And I'm pouring out like my friend just died and this and the other. And
Right,
daughter got COVID and I was just pouring out. She was like, I knew you was heavy. I said, thank you. And then she was like, okay, you quiet now. You must be getting go on and go to sleep, but I'll be up if you need me. If you don't go to sleep, call me back. Like, I mean, you need that. Like
right,
Fred said, you need accountability and you need camaraderie. You need support. And that's if your heart is right, you okay with that.
Exactly.
right.
Exactly.
You're not going, I checked you. Okay, that's constructive criticism. I'm checking you because I want you to get to where you're trying to go.
That's it.
You said that this is what you want to do.
Yep.
Now I'm holding you accountable for
Accountable.
said you want to do. Don't
Right,
get mad. Don't get mad.
right.
The funny thing
And
about
you
it is
can't.
we don't like being corrected because you can. I tell folks all the time, look, if you're wrong, I'm gonna pull you to the rug on it. We
Mm-hmm.
gonna
Right.
we gonna talk about it. If
But that's not even about being corrected, though, friend. How you gonna get mad at somebody over what you said you wanted to do, and all they
exactly,
doing is coming back to you with it?
exactly.
That's it. It ain't
Like,
about correction. I'm coming. Excuse me, sir. You said you wanted to expand this. You wanted to grow this. You wanted to do this by the end of the year. Da 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 da. Now, have you started the stuff to get it done? Nope. Okay, then why not? So
Yeah.
exactly.
if I bring all of that back to you, you can't get mad at me because I just brought it back to your front door.
Nope.
Right.
Okay. Because I said it. You heard it. You go now.
There you go.
Now you holding me to it.
There
Mm-hmm.
you go. That's
I'm real
all.
cognizant about what I say in our group. Because the moment that I'm off, Coco gonna be like, "Okay, ma'am, such and such and such and such." If she don't say it in the group, she gonna text me or she gonna call me and say, "Coach." Like the other day, and I listen. I'm telling y'all, I'm not a hard taskmaster. But if you tell me this is what you want, don't tell me you want something and you really don't want it.
Right.
Because how bad do you want it? Like, are you willing to give up some stuff and to die and sacrifice? Like and as people of God, to get where He's taken us, we're gonna have to give up some stuff.
Yep.
We're gonna have to lose some people even, and that's okay because where He's taken us, they can't go,
Right.
Nope.
and you don't want to get somewhere and have that blemish. And they be like, oh, well, we were gonna take you, but you got such and such, and that's not a good fit. No, you can't let.
Exactly.
So you gotta be okay with letting things and letting people go. And I am, but I'm it's hard though. It's really
It
hard
is.
because I really don't want to leave nobody behind. But
Right.
Sometimes you have to.
we have to handle people at their level. And
Right.
we talked about this Saturday on our meeting. We talked about that when the fruit is not ripe, don't tug on it.
Nope.
Right. Because I sat down and I thought about that thing. I thought about that thing after we got off Saturday, and I thought about it even more. And what came to what the Lord brought to my attention was He said, you know, I could give you the right message, but if you give the right message at the wrong time, it's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Huge problem.
You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing with people. They
Mm-hmm.
tell you what they want to do, but if they not at the point where they ready to make it happen, you can't
They
you
won't.
can't you can't do this. With a locomotive train, if you try to make it go with the brake still going and you still trying to press the gas, what's gonna happen?
It ain't going nowhere.
No, what's gonna happen? You finna blow the engine.
Oh
Mm.
yeah,
Oh
because the
yeah.
wheel's gonna be spinning.
Right, because the wheels spin and it ain't going nowhere. So you don't do that because you finna blow the top on something that ain't gonna go nowhere.
Yep.
And
And the
then it
one,
really ain't gonna be there be able to go nowhere then because you're gonna have to fix it.
yep. And the one thing I had to learn was that everybody that rides my bus ain't gonna want to go to the destination I want to go. Ain't gonna go to my destination. They gonna get off at their assigned stop,
That's it.
and
Everybody
and I
that
can't worry
part.
about it. I
That
can't worry
Catch
about
what,
they
good.
get off.
catch what you said, sir. Assigned stop. The assignments, right? Everybody got an assigned stop. Your assignments are not all at their same destination, first of all.
Yep.
All of your assignments are not at your predestined place.
Yep. I
Your
used to get mad
assignments,
about that.
your assignments happen along the way.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to get mad about that because I wanted certain people to come to go with me, but I had to learn, well, damn, everybody can't go with me.
No,
You know, they gonna get off at whatever their assigned stop is. They either gonna wait for the next bus or they gonna go somewhere else.
your
And I had to learn
assignments
that people
happen along
are
the
gonna get off
way.
at their stops,
And you know
and I
that
can't be angry about that.
it was revealed to me because I was like, I want everybody to go. And it was like, oh, the people you looking the host, I just heard it so clear. The people you looking to go is not gonna go. I'm gonna,
Right,
Everybody can't go.
I'm gonna give you people who and
right.
Coco. I met Quint weirdly, met Coco weirdly,
Weirdly.
met, I mean, I- it was just weird. It's like, and I just talked about her today. I was telling somebody about it. I'm like, I met this lady on a virtual conference. They said network and could get a couple people names, and I
Uh-huh,
5 people. I'm like, I'm gonna do these 5. Sent sent them my information. You know, in the Zoom, you can send it to a person directly. Sent them a direct.
uh-huh.
Right.
And why Quint got me coming on her show like right away? She on the phone with me like the next day. I'm like, who is this lady? Who is she?
that
And then I get on the show. This was July 28th
that sound about right.
last year. I get on the show and she say, "Well, I haven't told Coco anything about you. When you come on, you just go. We don't have no set schedule. We just say flow however you flow." And I'm talking and Coco jumping in, and then we get off and we on the phone for almost 2 hours. They whooping me up one side and down the other. I'm like, oh no. Oh, I listened to that prophecy and I cried because everything in there and all the prophecies and everything that God has spoken is coming to fruition in like in days. It's just amazing. I would have never thought that I would meet a lady from Virginia on a virtual Zoom and then meet another lady from North Carolina on a podcast that I didn't even want to be on. But when your steps are ordered and you tell God yes, and He tell you who you look, the people that you think, it's just like when He sent them all to that water.
Right,
Ones that lap like a dog. Like when He sent to a certain place, it's for things to fall into place.
right.
But if your heart ain't right, you're not going to accept anything that He puts in your face.
At all.
Exactly.
And they would not let me.
Mm-mm.
I tried hard. So I said, I'm going to get on the show and I ain't going to talk. And she was like, okay, the floor is all yours. What you got to say? I'm like,
You know what? That's how that sounds like both. That sounds like both of them for real.
it
That
was.
that
I
that's
go
their
back
tactic right there.
to July 8th, 2021. And but I will say this, where I was trying not to be visible, and God telling me I'm gonna be international, how I'm gonna still be hidden.
Right, right.
I'm doing all my lives in a group, in a controlled environment. And God said, no, it's time for you to come. It's no more Martha. It's time to be Mary. Sit at my feet, get what you got to get, and get the move.
Come on out.
Exactly.
And then Coco comes with all this waiting room stuff. And now she done came with this. What was the last thing we talked about?
Oh no, we talked about so much.
The covenants.
Yeah, the covenant. Yeah.
Listen, I was Fred. Listen, I'm talking to Fred. I'm not talking to you, Coco. I'm trying to backpedal. I'm like, oh, I'm not feeling. Y'all just pray for me. I'm not feeling. She's like, oh no, that day she has to show. She talking about covenant. I'm in the comments like, what is? Oh my God, I can break this covenant. I said yes. I gotta do this. Now listen to what Coco just said. Coach, I'm sending you the link.
Cut that. That is Coco for sure.
And then even today, I ended up getting a phone call after she told me to come on. I said, okay, I'll come on. My mom called me, so I ended up on the phone with my mom for a long time. And then when I get in the comments, ma'am, that's where you're not where you're supposed to be. Like nobody's gonna hold me accountable.
Coco gonna put you out there. Coco gonna put you out there.
Coco or Quint. So if I don't get where I'm supposed to go, my heart ain't right for real. Because if I don't get there and God has positioned me weirdly, I mean, like that's the foolish things that confound the wise that you guys were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Like, how do you meet a person on a Zoom call with hundreds of people, and that's the person who keep pulling you on their show? Their show is a show that you keep going on, even though you try not to do your own stuff.
Out of all the people you meet, yeah.
And they teaching you and they training you and positioning you for where you got to go. That apostolic stuff, Coco.
Yeah,
that is them too for sure, man. Because they will.
But you know what? That's how God works, though.
They will put you out. They will put you directly out there.
He do what we call them divine setups, boy. I promise you. He do it to you. He do it all. He do it all strategic.
See,
like
so some of y'all divine setups involve putting people out on the spot, though.
But I can't say that.
My heart was in the right place.
Right, but
true.
But Coach, that's how I met Fred.
Really?
Yeah. Quint invited me to be a guest on the show.
Mm-hmm.
I was being interviewed by her and Fred. And after that night, the one night of being on the show, she's talking about, oh well, maybe we should bring her on as a host. And so I've been a host ever since.
She like come. She said it's some. She said it's really subtle. Like I'm thinking.
And I've been a host ever since. That's how I met Fred. On what show?
And for me, it was to the point that I couldn't say no. I'm like, well, damn, she tore it down the first show. Well, let's see what happened.
But I would come on whenever they would have shows. I would just be up there though.
Yep.
And so we need to bring her on.
Okay. Let's go. Come on.
Well, this is definitely the threshing floor where everything is going to get worked out.
Right. Right. That's it. That's all they have.
Follow the orders, follow the rules, follow the instructions. If you made covenants, don't break them.
That's it. That's
so important.
If you're in listen, y'all need to, if you haven't watched the series of
The Waiting Room, y'all need to go watch it. Yes. And y'all need to watch that for multiple reasons. Not
stay there if it ain't time to come out. Like this heart thing is really deep.
Yeah.
This heart thing is really deep because and I'm playing and making fun of it, but it's really deep because at the end of the day, if my heart was not right that day I met Quint, I wouldn't be here a year later still talking to you guys and making progress in what God is calling me to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And still saying yes, even though some days I want to run and say no. But Coco got that hook. She got that shepherd's hook, and she like, come back.
Where you think you going? Come here.
Right. But you got to do that. And I tell you, it's not just that, her making the accountability group though, y'all, has been a blessing to me because she talked about me keeping her accountable. It has caused me to like really, really just go for it and do some stuff that he had already given me the idea to do, but I just never implemented.
Mm.
So
See,
I mean, you know what I'm saying? I just really started doing it. I mean, I went ahead, I started my clubhouse thing, y'all. And I mean, it was some other stuff that I went ahead and did because he told me to do it. But I just,
oh, you in them clubhouse streets?
yeah, I'm on the clubhouse thing, man.
Lord, how
Yeah, you know, so
ooh-wee.
it's a lot that you got to do when he tell you to do it, and
Ooh-wee.
you move when he say move. You know what I'm
Them
saying?
clubhouse streets
Because
is no joke, man. God,
what you talking about? It's real.
them folks be on
Um,
some
they be on some stuff. Like, yeah, trust me.
some A1
I've
BS for
got
real.
some weird. I've got some real weird invites. So yeah,
You,
yeah.
I caught an invite earlier before I came on. Like,
I've got some
I have
weird
no idea
invites
what
that
they about to talk about, but I
I've
ain't
had
hitting
to
her message.
ever so nicely decline.
Oh,
So yeah,
I'll take a listen to
yeah.
what they're doing and leave quietly.
Yeah, I ain't even take a listen. When I see the title of your room and what it says you're talking about, no, I can't do that. Sorry. No. We're not talking about the spirits of the earth. I don't know what that means.
Oh, and,
Okay.
you know, we got to be real careful when it comes to that kind of stuff because
Yeah, like I don't know what that means.
we
And
have
so no.
our
Like, what
heart.
you talking about?
We got
Mm-mm.
to guard our hearts. We got to guard our ear and our eye gates. We have to guard them. I was
Yeah.
I was on face. No, 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 no. I was checking my email. That's what it was. And I got an email that says from TikTok saying, "Do you want to see who just became your friend?" Right?
Oh wow. Okay.
And I'm like,
Oh,
I had one person that just started following me. I'm like, oh, this is probably somebody I already know. So I click on it, and I'm like, oh, I gotta get this out.
huh?
Like some witchcraft type stuff. The lady face all made up and this no weird noises, and I'm like, oh, I got to get this out.
Wow.
I
Well,
know, like we have to really be careful with what we're doing because again, our heart. We have to guard our hearts because the Bible said, "Out of them comes what the issues of life." So we got to guard them, but we also have to guard our ear gates and our eye gates. Everything
No.
ain't cute.
No.
nope.
Everything ain't cute. So we got to be real cognizant about what we let in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
'Cause
Bishop Robert Joyce says this. He said that everything is not going to be for us, but there may be something that we can take from it. So he said, eat the meat and spit out the bones.
right.
Part that's good, you take the part. The part that's not,
Right.
reject it, renounce it. Do not
Yep.
allow the space because then it'll be small foxes destroy the vine.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Dang.
So I'm like,
Dang, Coco. You in them clubhouse streets, man. Good. All I'm gonna say is good luck.
Look, I did what I'm supposed to do. You know, I'm trying to get my Patreon on track too. So, you know, all my little stuff I'm trying to get up and running like it's supposed to.
Exactly.
So,
And
you know, and I'm trying to send everything from here to Patreon. So, you know, because
oh,
it's already done.
repurpose. That's right.
Right.
that's it. That's it.
So, you know, it's just like if you do what you're supposed to, like I said, you don't have to worry about it later. If I would have done it when he told me to do it,
Yep.
there you go. You know, and then too, you know, so before we get up off of here, this is the thing. Your seasons change, just like seasons change in earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So this is the thing. He gave you something 4 years ago, that season is gone.
You'll never get it back.
That, that season is gone. You didn't follow the instruction 4 years ago. You can't bring 4 years ago in the now
Mm-mm.
because that's not the same thing.
Mm-mm.
You gotta ask him, what is it that you need me to do now?
Yep.
What is my now time? What is my
Yep.
now season? Not what happened 4 years ago. You mishandle those instructions. It's over. It's done. It's shot.
Yep. And when
Okay.
your
And
time
I and
comes,
I know that ain't what some people want to hear, but it was 4 years ago. You mishandled the instructions. You did not do what he said. That is not your now.
Mm-hmm.
man, that's an uncomfortable and inconvenient truth for some people. But for those of us who are really listening to what's in our heart, that is a truth that we'll swallow and say, hey, let's
But
let's
it's
let's
but
figure,
it's
let's
not.
figure out
But
what
that's
the
the
next season
problem.
is.
That's the problem. You got people who are trying to take seasons from years ago and bring them into the season now because they feel like, okay, I can do it now. No,
Nah.
Gotta
that's
seek
the
God.
problem.
You
Nah.
seek God. Even now,
Right.
I'm blessed because Coco that I ran for years for preaching and some things. I accept the call.
Right.
Nobody.
I don't want to do it. I don't want to do that.
I'm like, God, okay, I'm gonna do it. I do it. I'm not gonna tell you no, but I ain't gonna tell nobody else I'm gonna do it. So if
Right.
in order for me to do it, you're gonna have to tell them. And if they can't hear you, then that means I ain't supposed to be doing it there. And so I mean, not right, no. Right place, no. And thank God for me, he did redeem the time, but that's not always the case.
Right.
You pray and God will redeem the time sometimes, but most of the time, missed opportunities are just that, missed opportunities. We
Right.
have to learn to move with the cloud. And even
Right.
something that churches did 50 years ago, it's not now. The word
Right.
changed, but the methods, the way things are done changes because the whole world is totally different. I mean,
Yes.
Bible days to now, we're not riding camels in the streets.
Right.
We
Riding
ride
cars.
electric cars now.
Yeah.
Right.
So and we have to think of it in that way that God is progressive. His word is progressive, and if we're stagnated, then it's something in us that needs to be looked at. Like, why am I still in this spot when God is up here and I'm back here?
Right.
Exactly.
His ways are not our ways. His thoughts are not our thoughts. True,
Right.
but hear Him and get the blueprint. We write the vision that He's given us, make it plain, so that those that read it can run, including ourselves.
Right.
Exactly. Exactly.
So and run when He say run.
That's
Because
it.
now there are things can decay. I'm
Right.
talking about bridges and things.
Right.
They erect those bridges, and after so long, they start falling apart. And you get ready to run, and the bridge that you ready to run over now, it may not even exist no more. That bridge may be gone. The avenue or the way that God was sending you may not be available to you anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know
Right.
if that makes sense, but that's just what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a little bridge, and I'm seeing the bridge crumbling, and the bridge is crumbling now. You can't. It's not safe to even go that way no more.
Right.
Mm-mm.
Right.
Mm.
And that's the thing. Some people, and we was just talking about that too. Some things are exactly what they are. You don't have to add to it. You don't have to take away. It's
Mm-mm.
exactly what you see.
Mm-hmm,
Yep.
Some things you might actually need clarification on
mm-hmm,
Exactly.
because it might be a little confusing to you.
mm-hmm.
But some
That's it.
things are exactly what they are. They don't need no clarification.
Nope.
They straight just what you see. And
Straightforward.
again, and again, it's just like it is with people. We don't have to make excuses for what we see when we see them.
Mm-mm.
We don't have to make excuses for how they are.
Mm-mm.
Nope.
There is no excuse to make.
Exactly.
I don't like that term when people say, "Oh, but that's just how I am."
Is it?
That's just how they are. You have to forgive them, though. No, you can deal with that, but I don't have to.
But that's a whole nother joke because that's some deep.
Right,
That's a whole nother 4 hours.
right. But that statement though,
Because
it still goes
far away does not mean that that's the way you're supposed to be.
right,
Learned that myself because I remember when I got divorced in 2017 and I was all excited about it. I'm like, I'm free. I'm getting back to me. I'm getting back to me. And the Holy Spirit said, well, who are you? And I was like, who am I? Hmm.
right, and that stopped the whole thing right there.
Everything I had been through, all the things that I had seen, all the different experiences that I had formed me into who I wasn't even
Right,
myself anymore.
right,
Yep.
How can you say you are who this is who I am? Do you really know who you are?
that part.
And
Exactly.
that's the first thing that we did when we started the book club. That first day is who are you? Where are you now? And people were like, oh, I'm a wife. No, who are you? Not what do you
Right,
who are you? Once you realize and do a real deep self-examination of who you are, we do know for one, we are children of the Most High God. If we accepted
That's
Jesus,
right.
that's who we are. And then all the benefits that come with that, and the gifts and the callings that come with that. That's who we are. And but some of us have to become.
Right.
All the things that we have experienced, and all, those things have changed us. Like, okay, I'm wearing my skirt here, but then somebody says, oh, why your skirt like that? Oh, let me change the skirt and wear it like that because they said this. Oh, why you got your hair like that? Oh, let me change my hair. Oh, why your hair? What? And you just change and change and change until you don't even know who you are no more, because you everything that everybody else said you should be, and what they say the word said you should be, that you're not. No, women shouldn't be preaching. You should be silent. No. Who are you? What
Right.
did God say about you? Who did He say you are?
Right.
And
And
and when you get that answer, there you now
that right now,
that
Fred, bro, if you don't listen to nothing else I have ever said to you, stop listening to all this other crap that people want to tell you that you are not. Go with the word and the will that has been spoken over your life, that you know you are. Because
mm-hmm.
you have seen the changes that you have made, the turnaround that He has made in your life, and that's what you run with. I don't care what everybody else say. Do you hear what I'm saying to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Because what everybody else say don't matter. Yo, Fred don't live his life for them. Fred career ain't for them. You get it?
Yes, ma'am.
Fred is headed where Fred is headed. Fred ain't headed where TT and Toto and all them headed.
Poo Poo and Ray Ray
Okay? That he ain't headed where they headed.
and them.
Yeah, he not headed where they headed. But where he get ready to take you, it's a lot of people that's gonna be mad. Because you got movie scripts in you, you got playwright written all over you. All of this stuff is up in you. But people don't want to
Did you
see
just
you.
say that? And I'm
But
simple. And
people
I'm.
don't want to see you make it that far.
You just said that, and I'm sipping right. I'm sipping right in the script right.
Bam. So I'm telling you, but you got people that don't want to see you make it that far. Because they'll rather see you write it for them to have their name put on it.
Ooh.
But it's your time.
We talked
It's
about
your time.
shows. I don't remember if it was the last one, but we talked about how David was not received.
Yeah.
How Joseph was not received, and even Jesus came to his own, and they received him not.
Yeah.
But don't let that get you off where God is taking you. Your ear is sharp enough to hear God. You can hear Him for yourself. And cast down every imagination and every high thing that tries to exalt itself above the knowledge that you have. That what God has given you and where God is taking you. And the way is already prepared. You just got to hear Him and obey Him, and hush all them other voices. Quiet all the other voices. Don't even listen to them. Don't even entertain it. Don't even waste your time on it. Just move with the cloud. Just move with the cloud.
Right. Because like I said, you got people around you that want you to write scripts for them so they can attach their name to it and take the credit. But no, sir. It is your time. Do what you're supposed to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Do what you're supposed to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I'm telling you that there is power behind you and a pen and a pad.
That's why I got all these notebooks around here.
But it take the time. The next time you get an opportunity where you don't have to work that day, take the time and go back and look at some of your old notebooks. Just go back and look through them and look at some stuff that you wrote 2-3 years ago. And look, but like this, like say we're in the month of July.
Right.
Look at this week 2-3 years ago, if you ever dated it. And see if what you wrote 2-3 years ago is happening right now.
I
I'm
got
telling you, I'm telling you, it's funny how the Lord give us that type of stuff for us that journal and write. And when you go back and look 2-3 years ago, because I date and time everything in my books when I journal. What you wrote 2-3 years ago is happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? The funny thing you say that, I know just the notebook to look at too. I know exactly which one to look at.
So go back and look at it.
That's crazy. Damn.
Go back and look at it. Because I promise you, when he give you stuff years ago, it may not be meant for when he gave it to you. It's meant for now. And some people find that funny because sometimes he give you stuff ahead of time
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
for you to, because you can handle it now. He gave it to you as far as the idea then, but you can handle it now. You catch what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
So go
Yes,
back and
ma'am.
look at it.
And I'm gonna go right to that notebook because I know exactly which
Go
one it
back and
is.
look at it because I promise you, I've been going back through old notebooks and reading stuff. I'm like, you know what? You got jokes.
Mm-hmm.
When I tell you, I'm like, oh, you got jokes for real. All of this stuff, all of these dreams you gave me, man. Look, and I go back and look through dream journals. I be like, oh, you funny.
I told you.
So I'm telling you, yeah, go back and look, and just look, and if not, just to see where he brought you from to where he got you at right now. To say, okay, I see where, okay, I got it. I see what you want me to do. I got it.
That's the reason why I had to scrap this second book of poetry that I'm writing. I was like, well, this ain't gonna be what I was writing wasn't
That's not
indicative.
what he wanted you to write.
Yeah, and it wasn't indicative of me.
No,
I'm
because
like,
that ain't what he wanted you to write.
I was like, yeah, this don't sound right. So let me try. Let me try again.
But what he wants you to write is about to put you in front of somebody. For real, for real.
See,
This is get ready, get ready, get ready.
I'm telling you, what he wants you to write about to put you in front of the right person.
and that's funny because I never think. I always think short term. I always think short term when I write. I never think
Mm-mm.
long term.
You got to think about the big picture.
Yep.
And the way you write, you could write movie scripts for people. And you know you could. You be stopping yourself. You be
Unfortunately,
you be stopping yourself. You be holding yourself back. So stop doing that.
well, there's. I mean, uh,
It don't
no,
mean that if you do that and somebody buy your script that you gotta stop doing what you're doing. That don't mean that. That means that okay, you did it, you know what you're capable of.
right.
Continue doing it and
Mm.
help somebody else along the way.
Oh, that's that's all.
That's it.
That's always the first.
That
That's always the
to
thing.
think about what you're doing right now. Look at how many people have got started under you because of this right here. So imagine if you continue to write the way you know how. Somebody big see it and say, okay, can I take that script and turn it into a movie? I'll pay you for it.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying? You got to stop thinking small because your mind, your brain, you looking at it on paper and you saying, okay, this is small. This ain't nothing to me, but to somebody else, can I take that and turn it into a movie? I'll cut you $1 million check for it right now. Because they know once they turn it into a movie, they're gonna get more than that.
Please give me $1 million.
But I'm saying that, but that's how it end up working. It's just like if you already had a brick and mortar business
Right.
that ran really good, and you decided that you wanted to sell it. Somebody came to you and said, "Okay, I'll give you high 7 figures for it." You took it, and they ended up taking the same builders they bought from you and made billions off of it, but they only gave you 7 figures. You see what I'm
Man,
saying? So they can still take what you did the brunt work for, cut you the check, and say, okay, I'm gonna give you $1 million for it because I know once I turn it into what I'm gonna turn it into, I can make 8.
Nah, you gonna give me a half of that, bro?
They letting you know, but they still telling you, look, what you just wrote me though is worth $1 million. I'm gonna give you $1 million for what you handed me, but I'm gonna make 8. So they still giving you your credit because you wrote it, and they paid you $1 million for it. So if one person to pay you $1 million, the next one gonna give you more than that because now you know what you worth. You catching what I'm saying?
I hear you, man. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. So I'm telling you, don't think small.
Okay.
You can't think small about yourself because you got to understand your own value. Right? See, little do you know, I may not have a paper copy of your book, but I got you on Kindle. Okay?
Really?
I got you on Kindle. And I know what you work on black and white. If you don't know your value in black and white, I do. I read a lot. So I'm telling you, and I don't like everybody's books. If I tell you that your book is trash, I'll tell you to your face that your book is trash. I ain't even gonna lie. So I'm telling you. But that's not the case. I'm telling you, you worth a lot when it comes down to a pen in the pad. Do not sell yourself short. So I'm telling you, don't devalue yourself.
Funny how a little hobby could turn to something better, bigger.
I'm telling you, it can. You need to write whatever he gave you the idea to write. I don't care if it was a play or if it was a movie script. But I'm telling you, if it was either one of them two, somebody already looking at you. And you just don't know you being looked at.
And this is the funny thing. Sometimes what we see as a hobby, and we think we don't really have anything to offer, but the very hobby that we call a hobby is the really gift that God has given us.
Right.
Have the ability to write like that and flow like that. You have no clue to how hard it is for people to write, but it's natural to you. So that should be an indication that may be a little bit more than a hobby.
I'm beginning to understand that because it's more enjoyable for me to be behind a pen or a pad. You know.
Okay, so I want you to think about this. You have put out how many books in less than how many years?
Huh?
You've written how many books in how many years?
So, geez, good gosh, well, 7 that I know of. 4 of them I wrote as a co-author, and the majority of those were with Miss Angela. Then 3 of my own.
Okay, and how many years?
Damn. From 2018 to present. So that's what, 4 years?
Okay, 7 in 4 years. Do you know how long it takes some #1 selling authors to write one?
Mm-hmm.
Several years.
Okay, but you have wrote 7 in 4 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
To you, it may seem like nothing. But to the fact that you can put pen to paper and pull out 7 books in 4 years, where people who books that I have read that I happen to like, that will tell you on the back of the book, it took me 4 years to write this.
Good grief.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I'm saying, because they'll tell some of them, it took me 4 years to write this since I wrote the last one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that says a whole lot. That if it can come to you like that, and it's really no breaks in between, do you realize how many books that you could get out in what, 6 years if you really sat down and just decided to just become a full-time author and do nothing else with that? If that's what you did.
Never thought of it that way.
If you knew that you could just make a living of a nothing but your literature, do you know how many books that you could come up with in 6 years and be straight? You gotta stop selling yourself short.
Yes,
and,
ma'am.
and promote your books more. Cause your stuff is good. I'm telling you, your stuff is good.
Now I got to get it. So those titles, inbox me those titles.
Your stuff is good, Fred. Because I'm telling you, even T, right before he passed away, got your last book.
Really?
His last comment to me about your last book, he was like, "My brother is bad with a pen and a pad." He was like, "I'm so proud of him. He just don't understand." And he never got the opportunity to tell you. It's just one of the things I'm telling you, man. What you can do with pen and paper is hard for some people to do just naturally talking out their mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I'm telling you, Fred, you got something that a lot of people don't have. That it comes naturally for you to write. Writing is a gift for you, literally. Everybody can't do that. Everybody not gifted like that. Because some people, when they write, it sound good, but you know it's not their words.
Right.
Right? I can read a person's book and know that it won't their words. Like for real. And literally know that they want their words. And then when you sit down and talk to them, they tell you that they were not, like if you go to a book signing and you literally talk to them like in private, they tell you that they were not the ones that actually wrote the book.
Good grief. Why do that?
They hired ghostwriters.
They hired a
I'm
ghostwriter.
hired,
They were not the ones
I'm
that wrote
hired.
the book.
Why write? I can hire you.
So
And
it's I'm telling you. So it's something when you can do that, but I'm telling you, Fred, you got, dude, you got something. Don't let it go to waste, man. I'm telling you.
And it's funny you say that because right before I came on, I was developing a screenplay for something that I was writing, and I'm like,
I inboxed them all to you, Coach.
I got them. Thank you.
But yeah, don't let it go to waste. I'm telling you, you got a play or a movie script in you that somebody want to buy.
see, yeah, I'm
I'm
gonna have
telling you,
to. So yeah, I'm gonna.
a lot of people I know that started out doing what you do, turned their first play into like a little indie movie.
Right.
That indie movie turned into something big, and now they one of the biggest screen playwrights you ever seen. But I know where they started from. They weren't that big when they started.
Really.
So I'm telling you, it's a lot of little playwrights I know that was like in the pocket playwrights back in the day that ain't in the pocket playwrights no more.
Wow.
They directing real good films now. Like
Oh
the
yeah.
dude that directed Get Out,
I'm what's
the black dude that directed Get Out.
Jordan Peele?
Yeah, I can remember when we was in school with this dude.
Really?
Everybody thought that he was weird, and his writings was weird. But look at where it landed him.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm telling you, don't sell yourself short. It's in you, and you need to make it happen.
Yeah, so yeah, I you know what?
Look at Tyler Perry. Look, look at where he
Yeah,
started at.
I
Look at Tyler Perry. Look at how he started.
I know, but you know what? The funny part about that is, and this is not a knock on him. He's not necessarily my gold standard as far as writing is concerned.
Oh no, I'm not saying that be your gold standard. I'm not saying have nobody be your goal. I'm just saying look at how they started.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Look at how they started and look at where he at.
And it's funny you said Tyler Perry because I kept on seeing that earlier when you first started talking to him. I kept seeing that Tyler Perry, how he has all those houses.
Yeah.
Like,
Look at where he at.
this,
This dude now got his own film
it's,
studio.
yeah, and it's impeccable the way he has things set up. He has, oh Lord, his stuff sucks, kind of.
Took over half an army base for that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like his actors are not really good actors and actresses. Like he
I
don't.
mean,
He goes down and he gets people from different places that are not really good and it's just starting out. He gives them a start.
You
But
get them start.
the
Yeah.
and, yeah,
messages was
yeah,
key. Messages.
The message is good.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
message
the
good.
mess it's not about the actors, it's the
Right.
message that
It's
draws people.
the message is good. So
Oh,
I'm.
right.
He said your messages are good. I trust her, so I'm getting ready to get your books.
I'm telling you,
And if I
you
start,
need
I'm gonna need more.
just look at where he started.
Yeah, I'm on. I'm on.
All you gotta do is start.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, it's you got more books in you, but you also got playwrights and movie scripts in you too.
I'm sure working on it. Like I said, I mean, literally just, I mean, but like I said, before I came on it, before I came on and started chatting with you, I was where I'm developing something right now. I mean,
Yeah, I didn't know because we ain't talked about it. So I'm just telling you. So that I'm just telling you what I saw.
right, right.
So at the end of the day, I'm telling you, don't sell yourself short. I said, don't sell yourself short.
Yes, ma'am.
Just promise me you won't do that.
Yes, ma'am. That is a solemn promise.
Don't sell yourself short. I want to
I
be
write this.
able to buy tickets to a play.
Listen, listen. I thinking that I said I got to write this date down so I can say, "Oh, y'all know Fred. Y'all know
Right,
Fred. I was gonna
right.
say,
Look,
Yeah.
I want to be able to buy tickets to a play.
that's right. VIP tickets, baby.
That's it.
See,
I wait. I'll be waiting to get the call. Look, the play gonna be on such and such date. I need you to come to Atlanta. I'm on my way.
you
That's
know
all I
what?
need here. Because I'm telling you that look, man, it's do it. Make
Yes,
it happen.
ma'am. I will most definitely make it happen. Make it happen, Captain.
Make it happen. You got it. You got it. Cause like I said, I'm waiting to see you and Coach blow up.
Oh,
I mean, Fred. Do you see what I mean?
you know what? I mean,
I was loving this on.
I can't blame her for that. I can't. You know, between her and my girlfriend, them two are my biggest cheerleaders, and I'm like, I can't even complain to
Tell
that.
her I said thank you for hopping on tonight too. I spoke to her when she came on.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Oh,
Tell her I said thank you for hopping on tonight. So
I
yeah.
will. I'll let her know
That was
that.
my first time of being able to speak to her. So tell her I said thank you for hopping on.
I
But
will.
yes, I'm telling you, I'm waiting for both of y'all to blow up. Cause coach and what she get ready to do, her stuff better blow up too. So I'm telling you, man, like I'm gonna just let God be God. Whatever He say, I just say okay. I go with the flow. Look, I learned not to fight no more.
Oh, you
I
know,
just let
the last few weeks I tried, but listen, my arms are really too short to.
ain't fight no more. I just go with the flow. Nope. It's a
Mhm.
waste of time trying to fight these
Listen,
days.
that covenant thing wrapped it all up for me. I'm like, okay, I'm done fighting.
Yep. It's a waste
Nope.
of time
Not fighting.
trying. You can best believe that. So nope.
Like,
Mm-mm.
nope, not fighting no more. I'm good.
Nope. I ain't run. I chose to stop running from the call a long time ago. So I've been stopped doing that. But now whatever he say to the people, I say to the people.
Amen.
So that's what it is. So yes, I'm telling you what you need to do, bro. It's in you, and I can guarantee you, if you do exactly what he tell you to do and how to do it, we could be buying tickets as early as next year.
Hallelujah.
Wow.
Well, let's get it. Like you say, make it happen, Captain, because the
I'm
flights are.
trying to tell you, it's in you.
Yes,
It's,
ma'am.
it's in you, and you can get it done. And you know people that can make stuff happen for you. That's the crazy part.
I do.
Like I said, that's the crazy part.
I do. I try
All
not.
you
I try
got to
not.
do
I
is
try not
write
to
it.
tap. I try not to tap those people like that.
All you got to do is write it and copyright it, so can't nobody else use it and make it happen.
Your gift will make room for you.
Always, that's what the words say.
Already got people that you can tap into. That's probably the room.
Hmm. True.
You got it. Well, I'm gonna say thank y'all for another wonderful night, because that is it right there. That's the bit of this.
On a ending it on on a great note.
On a
And
great note. Yep, that's the benediction right
Uh,
there. So I thank y'all for joining us. I thank y'all for all the wonderful comments. Simone, always thank you for being with us, sweetheart. Auntie, love you. Thank you for always having the support, and everybody else that come on. Coach, you know I love you so much. Thank you for joining. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll see you in the morning in the group. And please let me know what I need to share um, on next week's show if there's anything else coming up. I know your ordination service is coming up, so I'll share all of that info with everybody as I share the prophetic conference as well.
oh
So
yeah, that's coming up in 8 days.
yep, 8 days, 8 days, 8 days, 8 days. Yep. So I'm super excited because she's being ordained the same day, just earlier in the day.
mm,
So yeah, we are gonna have a good time, good night. Also you got Dr. Kimberly's McWilliams, her empowerment ceremony is Saturday coming.
oh,
So that is gonna be awesome. If I could go live while we are there, I will. If we
where,
ain't in there cutting up too much. Huh?
where is that?
In Norfolk, Virginia.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, if I could go live while we there, we ain't in there cutting up too much, and I ain't getting, and
Oh
I ain't got no
Lord.
time. But yeah, because like I told her I know we were gonna be cutting the plum food for her thing. So, I mean, it's been a long time cut, but she deserves it. She deserves it.
And
So I'm super excited for her, and then like I said, I'm excited for her. Lord, I want to call her apostle so bad, Jesus. That's what you about to be. Is that what you about to be? Okay, yeah. So that's what she about to be. Bless him. Okay, so I wasn't wrong. All right, so I was. She about to be ordained as apostle on the 30th, and then we have the prophetic conference. So as I stated, please make your announcements for your soul, sir, because I don't want to tell them wrong dates before you get up off of here. And Tuesday, join in with Bobby at 7. I don't know the title of her show that she's gonna do because she didn't tell me so. But Tuesday night at 7 is Bobby show.
All
But
right. So
Fred, tell them your announcement, sir.
all right, couple of announcements I got for you guys. So first and foremost, next this coming Wednesday, have a gentleman by the name of Joey Within Arts. He's a local artist in South Carolina. We're gonna have a nice conversation about, first of all, his beginning in art and how why he feels his art is so important for the culture. Friday,
Awesome.
I have Miss Erica Thomas Barnes, a emerging poet who I actually helped to get her poetry book out. So we're gonna talk about her poetry book and the
Awesome.
re and the re and her reasonings why her poetry book is out. And we're also we and if we're lucky, we might even be blessed with a poem.
Okay.
man,
Congratulations on your publishing company, by the way. Anyway,
Oh, good.
so yeah, yeah, we love y'all to life. There's nothing that you can do about it,
Nope.
right? Live every day on purpose and make every day count, you guys. So y'all already know that's my motto. And I'm sticking to it. So I love y'all to
Love
life.
Ain't nothing you can
All
do
right.
about it.
Live, please. Choose to live. That's what I want y'all to do. Live. All right. So we love y'all. See y'all again next week. All right. And it's a whole lot of happening next week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. Bless the
Yes,
Lord.
indeed.
And then y'all will be with me Saturday as well. So we got a fun filled week for y'all next week. So love
Full
y'all.
sleep.
Y'all be easy. Have a great night. Have a good weekend. A very blessed one. Have a great Sunday. Get your praise on somewhere, even if you got to do it at home.
Amen.
All right. So that's what I want y'all to do. Have a good night.